to west at 16, and it's sitting about 385 miles southeast of the mouth of the river. And I'll tell you what, this thing is really getting its act together this morning. I'm going to talk more about that in just a second. But here's the latest. This was a 4 a.m. track. We'll get our next track update at 10 a.m. But you can see there they do have it rapidly strengthening and intensifying through today. Still up to a major hurricane by later on today, perhaps, and then making landfall once again. Nothing's really changed here as a Category 4 hurricane Sunday. Around the evening hour, we'll say around sunset, 7 o'clock or so in South Louisiana. Now notice the cone of uncertainty still extends over towards Lafayette, Vermilion Bay. It's centered closer to Morgan City and Houma, and it does still include parts of New Orleans. So with a track like this, of course, we would all be on the east side, and we would all feel at least some impacts from this system all the way from Louisiana into Mississippi. Now it's going to slow down a little bit as it moves to the inland, or it moves inland, so it'll be here Sunday afternoon, makes landfall Sunday evening. This will be an overnight event, unfortunately, so a lot of the worst impacts are going to be after dark, and then by midnight getting up towards Baton Rouge, and then into southwest Mississippi by Monday afternoon. So in 24 hours, it's only going to travel the span of the Mississippi or the Louisiana coast up to, we'll say, around Natchez. Not going to be moving fast, but it is going to be moving. So this is going to be a mainly Sunday night into early Monday event for a lot of areas. Now, the worst impacts are going to start near the coast by tomorrow. We'll start to see some of the worst of it by tomorrow afternoon. So that's why you got to rush to complete preparations. That's why we have our evacuation orders. Conditions will start to go downhill later on tonight. But notice our models pretty tightly clustered in on Terrebonne Parish or St. Mary Parish. No big changes here. But it's important to know minor fluctuations could mean major differences on who sees impacts. If this storm travels 25 to 50 miles on this side of the cone further towards New Orleans, we got big problems in New Orleans. If this thing goes closer to Houma, big problems up in the Bayou parishes. Maybe it travels a little further towards Lafayette. That is still a possibility. And that would lessen our wind impact here in Mississippi and Louisiana. But overall, we're still on the east side. We're still on the dirty side of the storm. I want to briefly mention this, and we're going to go into a lot of details about the exact impacts we're going to be looking at. We're talking about surge, wind, and the flooding potential. I'm going to have exact numbers for you coming up here in a few minutes. But look at Ida this morning. This is what we are looking at here, the satellite. And I want you to notice, see these tall cloud tops, these bright colors? We call those hot towers. And what those are those are really intense thunderstorms that are developing near the circulation. And as you get those wrapping around, that's going to rapidly intensify, rapidly deepen this system. So this thing is on its way to clearing out an eye probably later on today. So it's doing everything we have forecasted. The forecast has not changed. This could still strengthen into a strong Category 4 hurricane.
Thank you, Peyton. Well, as we mentioned at the top of the show, Lafourche Parish currently has a mandatory evacuation in place. That went into effect at 5 o'clock this morning. And joining us to discuss that evacuation order and how Lafourche is preparing for Hurricane Ida is Parish President Archie Chasson. Archie, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Sheba. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. Tell us why you decided this mandatory evacuation was needed.
You know, this was very reminiscent yesterday for us most of the day about Hurricane Andrew. But when we got the call from the National Weather Service that they were going to intensify this to Category 4 or stronger, we made the decision to do the best we can to get our people out of here. Both of our shelters, both Central Lafourche High School and Thibodeau High, are rated for Category 4 storms, but we are asking you to please leave. This is not going to be a storm that you want to stay here for, and not something that we need to be playing around with.
Yeah, and I know this evacuation order just went into effect 2 hours ago, but so far, are people heeding the warning?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of reports, Sheba, about traffic either both ways, going east or west is backed up. So now's the time, if you're thinking about leaving, now's the time to get on the road. You know, the mandatory evacuation went into effect at 5 a.m. Didn't mean you had to be out of here by 5 a.m., but we wanted to be able to start people getting on the road. We're going to make some decisions later on this morning about curfews, and that will dictate exactly what time you need to be where you need to be, because we're going to begin to, shut things down as weather deteriorates.
Sure, and certainly every area has specific areas that they're more concerned about than others. What are some of the areas that you are absolutely telling people you got to get out of here?
You know, anybody in a low-lying area, the community of Pointe-aux-Chenes, while we have really good levee systems and floodgates, all of which are closed and buttoned up, we're looking at 10 to 15 foot of storm surge, and that is not something that we have seen here in a very long time. So you couple that with the rain inside the levee system and us trying to get that water out with our pumps, maximizing our pump capacity. If you're in a low-lying area, a camper, a mobile home, or any type of structure that you don't think can survive 140 plus mile-an-hour winds, it's time to get in your car and it's time to find a place to go.
And then what about shelters? Did you mention shelters? Sorry if I missed that.
Yeah, so we have 2 shelters opening today at noon, Central Lafourche High School in Matthews and Thibodaux High School up in Thibodaux. Both of those shelters are rated for Category 4 storm, so we're comfortable at putting people in there. But remember, it's a shelter of last resort. This is not going to be the Hilton. You have to bring 3 to 5 days of clothes, water, food, something to sleep with or on. And remember, we are still in a COVID environment, so we're going to require masks and temperature checks at the door.
Definitely. You mentioned storm surge there. Is that your biggest concern at this point for the parish?
It is. We have some great levee systems, especially in the South Lafourche area that are 18 foot. But it's still a scary thought when you think about that much water pounding you with that much wind and that much rain falling inside the system. Again, this is something that we have never really seen before. The last time we flooded significantly here was Hurricane Juan back in '85. And although we've made some tremendous improvements, the right storm on the right track, all bets are off, and this seems to be the one.
Sure, and all storms cause us some anxiety, some concern. Where is your concern level compared to last storm season? Did you feel this concerned about a storm?
I didn't. I was telling people yesterday, yesterday afternoon, I was a 5 out of 10. This morning, I'm about a 7 out of 10. That Category 4 is the wind damage, the extended power outages are not going to be anything that we need to think lightly about. So again, if you're contemplating going, now's the time to get on the road. Now is the time to heed that mandatory evacuation warning and get out.
All right. Well, hopefully people are heeding those warnings. Archie, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we'll be speaking with you throughout this storm.
Good to see you, Sheba.
Good to see you too. Stay safe.
7:08, and there's another big story we're following this morning. 2 arrests have been made in Houston in connection to the murder of NOPD officer Everett Briscoe. The Houston mayor announced the arrest yesterday, saying that a Crime Stoppers tip led them to the first arrest on Wednesday, and a second suspect was arrested a day later. Police are still looking for a third suspect. New Orleans native Dyron McCoffey was also shot while he was with Briscoe, but he survived the shooting. He is currently in critical condition.
Well, as Hurricane Ida travels closer to us, we are tracking its every move. The sun is rising behind the clouds in New Orleans right now. Peyton Malone will have the latest on Ida's path and details on when we could start to see some heavy rain actually associated with this hurricane up next.
All right, today is the final day to do preparations for Ida and evacuate if you need to or if you have been ordered to. We're not going to have the greatest weather. It is fairly quiet right now, but we are going to be tracking showers and storms. Lots of rainfall just towards the west of Morgan City. We've got showers and storms in the Gulf of Mexico, and we'll continue to see showers and storms on and off throughout today. So do plan for at least some rainfall across the area as we go throughout your Saturday. Sorry, my graphics just messed up here. But we are continuing to track Hurricane Ida. It is a Category 1 hurricane this morning. We are watching 85-mile-per-hour winds with it. The hurricane hunters are in there right now, and it looks like it's trying to get that structure where it can rapidly intensify. And you can see they're really consolidating. We're getting a solid inner core, and that coupled with those hot sea surface temperatures right now, this thing is just going to continue to intensify. Let's talk about our impacts here and what we are still forecasting with regard to storm surge, rainfall, and winds. Let's start with storm surge here. We've not seen any changes since yesterday, since last night at least. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge still expected for Terrebonne, Lafourche, Lower Jefferson. That's towards Grand Isle, Port Fourchon, up into Jean Lafitte area. And you can see there that encompasses most of the areas west of the mouth of the river. Now, if you are east of the mouth of the river up towards Mississippi, for eastern St. Bernard, the east bank of Plaquemines Parish, South Mississippi, 7 to 11 feet. Remember, you get that funneling effect. So we could have significant surge all the way from around Biloxi down to around Morgan City. This will be the zone where the worst surge is likely happening. And then 4 to 7 feet in the lake. That will put a lot of water up into the lakeshore area up on the north shore, like when we typically see the lake come up, 3 to 5 feet over in Lake Maurepas. So that's what we're looking at with our storm surge. It will be highest tomorrow late in the day, going into the afternoon and into the Sunday evening, Sunday night time frame. So that's when the surge will be at its highest. Our other big concern is rainfall. Now, this thing is not going to stall out. Ida is not going to stall out, but it is going to slow down quite a bit as it makes this turn to the north here. That's the official track. So as it makes that turn, this whole side, we're on the east side, we're going to get a lot of rain from this, and some areas could pick up over 15 inches. Now, that'll probably be somewhat isolated, but it is very possible that that could happen anywhere. Anywhere across southeast Louisiana could see that much rain. South Mississippi will go with about 4 to 7 inches with isolated higher amounts, but I think a good bet is anywhere between 6 to 10. That's a good bet, but yes, a few spots could certainly see 15. So we're talking flooding potentials, not only street flooding, but our rivers on the North Shore. You're going to want to check in. If you live near a river, you need to be preparing for perhaps some significant flooding. You're not only worrying about the rainfall causing flooding problems, but when the lake comes up, if it's 4 to 7 feet, that rainwater that's going to run into the rivers here is not going to be able to drain into the lake. So it will only make the impacts from that river flooding heightened. So going to have to watch that on the North Shore. South Shore, we're going to have to watch for flooding just from the rainfall. Let's look at the winds, because in a Category 3, Category 4 hurricane, winds are going to be significant and could be quite devastating for specific areas near that center. There's a center line right now. It takes it up through Terrebonne Parish and up through Morgan City and Baton Rouge. If it takes that path, the worst winds will be in the bayou parishes and the river parishes. Near the coast, as this thing make landfall, if it is a Category 4, we could see wind gusts over 140 miles an hour. We could see wind gusts 150 plus. It's reasonable down here, Cocodrie, Chauvin. Now, as you get inland, the winds are going to decrease just a little bit because there's friction. So as you get closer to Houma, Thibodaux, Morgan City, up along the river, Reserve, Gramercy, heading off up along the river to Baton Rouge, you're talking wind gusts perhaps 100 to 120 in a few spots. And then as you get further away from that center, the winds are going to start to decrease, but they're still going to be significant. So for New Orleans, I'm predicting about 80 to 100. It all depends, though, on this track. If this track shifts a little further to the east, if this storm ends up coming closer to Port Fourchon and going up through maybe St. Charles Parish instead, we got big problems in New Orleans with regard to wind. We could be looking at wind gusts well over 100 miles an hour. If it tracks, even over here, this is a possibility. We still got big wind problems, and that wind threat would be going up for Mississippi. Now, on the North Shore right now, you could definitely see some strong winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour for Tangipahoa, Livingston, you name it. Anywhere from Baton Rouge to Hammond could see significant winds. And then as you get into St. Tammany, maybe more like 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's what we're looking at that. But I want to mention, this all depends on the track. And this is something you're gambling on if you think we're not going to get strong winds in New Orleans. It's possible we do. It's also possible we're right on that edge where we see the worst of it just to our west. But it is one of those things we cannot guarantee, and it all has to do with the track. What we're going to be watching in New Orleans and most of the area is the eye wall. That's where the most intense part of the storm is going to be. If that storm tracks like this, the New Orleans metro could be on the edge where those worst winds are. So as you go on the west side of the metro, you might be dealing with significant winds. East side of the metro, New Orleans east, the winds might not be too bad. That is no guarantee. Once again, if this shifts a little further to the east, we're in that corridor of 100+ mile-per-hour winds, and that goes for the entire area. If this tracks a little further east, significant wind impact for the North Shore. So it's just one of those things we cannot guarantee is not going to happen. While it's not the official track right now, the cone exists. There's still some uncertainty on the exact landfall. I mean, a difference of 25 to 50 miles could make a huge difference on the impact you see. It's 385 miles southeast of the river right now. And as I mentioned, it is continuing to intensify. It will likely intensify throughout the entire day. It's got about 36 more hours over these hot temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico, and the shear is going to be relatively low. So there's the track. Let me leave you with this. We'll see about, still got a Category 4 hurricane off the coast by Sunday afternoon. Conditions will start to go downhill off the coast later this tonight. By tomorrow afternoon, late morning into the afternoon, getting bad down here along the coast, and then most of the worst impacts inland will start in the evening and go through Monday morning. So this will be a mainly Sunday night event for most people. We'll be right back.
Well, due to Hurricane Ida, the Saints will not play their final preseason game tonight against the Cardinals. NOLA.com is reporting that the team will evacuate to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and the plan is to stay there until Wednesday. If they have to stay for an extended period of time, the Saints will hold practices at the Dallas Cowboy Stadium in Arlington. The Saints released a statement that reads in part, quote, "The team encourages all residents of the region to take precautionary measures to remain safe throughout the impending hurricane. The New Orleans Saints will be in communication with season ticket account holders regarding applicable refunds and or credits to their season ticket accounts." Well, the decision to cancel the game came on the same day that the winner of the Saints quarterback competition was revealed. ESPN's Adam Schefter is reporting that Jameis Winston will be the starter for Week 1 against Green Bay. Winston's strong play in the second preseason game against the Jags likely locked up the #1 job for the former #1 overall draft pick. This season, Winston could earn up to $7 million in incentives if he reaches certain performance benchmarks. Well, the final preseason game would have been the last opportunity for many players to try and make the final roster. The Saints will need to cut the roster down from 80 to 53 by Tuesday. This past week, Coach Sean Payton was asked how he weighs performances in practices compared to preseason games.
I think it's all factored in, and yet, games obviously carry a significant amount because it's, a game setting, but usually if you're seeing it show up in a game, you've probably seen it. Sometimes that game is what's needed, though, for that confidence. It's one thing if some guys in practice can excel, but for whatever reason, they have a hard time going across the street into the stadium.
Well, still to come on the Eyewitness Morning News, we're going to check back in on Hurricane Ida. Our weather expert, Michelle Morgan, will have the very latest on its path after the break.
All right, as you rush to complete your preparations or evacuate, here's a timeline on what you can expect with Ida about over the next 48 hours. Through today, there will be showers around, so you'll be watching for some rain. It's going to be breezy out there for anyone who's got to do anything with boats. It is going to be choppy, unfortunately. By Sunday morning, coastal impacts will start. Tropical storm conditions will start on the coast before sunrise tomorrow. They will deteriorate throughout the day. The worst of it will be moving in throughout the afternoon and going into tomorrow night. So it'll start near the coast, getting pretty bad tomorrow afternoon, move up over the area through the evening hours, and then by tomorrow night, that's when a lot of the area will be dealing with heavy rain, perhaps hurricane conditions, and all the things that come with a hurricane. So we'll be hunkering down throughout Sunday night, and even some of this lingers into parts of Monday. Now, middle of Monday going into the end of Monday, I think things start to wind down. It'll still be a little breezy, but the heaviest rain moves out. And then Tuesday, still some storms around, and we're going to have some storms around. But look at that. Unfortunately, it is going to be hot and humid as we get days after the system. We'll be right back back. Michelle Morgan will be back with more too.
Good morning, and thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News. It is 7:30, and we are tracking Ida. Your local weather expert, Michelle Morgan, is here. And Michelle, it looks like this is going to be a triple threat. We've got storm surge, we've got wind, and it looks like rain is going to be an issue as well.
Yeah, that's right. So we have all of the threats coming right at us. And right now, I do want to start off with what's going on with Ida. Again, the latest information, we have maximum sustained winds right at 85 miles per hour. And as you take a look at the satellite imagery, it really has that look. It's really coming together. You can see the convection really trying to wrap around the center of the storm. So we had that inner core really strengthening. And as it moves through the Gulf of Mexico throughout the rest of the day, it is going to rapidly intensify. And this is what we've been expecting since yesterday. So right now we are looking at wind gusts at about 100 miles per hour. This is a very strong storm. And again, we're looking at the movement moving northwest at 16 miles per hour. And it's about 385 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi River. So this will be knocking on our doorstep later on tonight. We'll start seeing some or feeling some impacts here. So the latest forecast, or the forecast track, the projection as of 4 o'clock this morning, we'll get the new track around 10 o'clock this morning, but it's still projected to make landfall somewhere along southeast Louisiana as a Category 4 hurricane. And we're looking at maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour with stronger wind gusts. This is practically devastating for portions along the coastal areas here. We're looking at dangerous storm surge and heavy tropical rain associated with the system, which will potentially lead to flooding across the area. Rivers we got to watch very closely, as well as the lakes, Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Bourne. And then once it's on land here, of course, when it interacts with that land mass, it is expected to weaken some, but notice it's still going to remain a hurricane, a 2 here rather, with winds of 100 miles per hour, so still rather powerful. So as we take a look at the computer models here, taking it into southeast Louisiana, making landfall as early as tomorrow afternoon. Now, again, if the center of the storm is closer to New Orleans, that's going to cause some big time problems to us, as that is going to heighten our winds across the area. So we are looking at damaging winds as of right now in portions of New Orleans, North Shore, and along the coastline here. So again, we're looking at tropical impacts. We hit every single one of them, and tornadoes actually a risk as well as it makes its way on land. So we'll go over the wind gusts, storm surge, and rainfall coming up in a bit.
All right, thank you, Michelle. If you haven't already, start preparing for Ida. You need to do that now. You can text the word storm to 529-4444, and we'll send you a link to the latest information. You can also stay informed on Ida by scanning the QR code in the corner of your screen. Just use your phone's camera to scan that code and tap the link that pops up.
7:33 in St. Bernard Parish, President Guy McGuinness has described Hurricane Ida as a terrible storm that could leave his parish with extended power outages and flooded homes. And that is who is joining us now over Zoom. President McGuinness, can you just tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing right now in St. Bernard Parish? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me, Paul?
Yeah, I can hear you. So yeah, just tell us a little bit more about what you're experiencing right now in St. Bernard Parish and what you're telling residents there as well.
Well, you know, right now, Paul, and first of all, thank you so much for allowing us to get the word out to our citizens. You know, right now it's calm before the storm. We don't see a whole lot of surge. The water is up outside of our levee system. Right now, we're asking our residents to prepare, make sure that, you know, I would say by noon today, you know, make sure you're in a place where you're going to be and shelter there and prepare for extended outages of power, for heavy rain and strong winds. You know, we even on the current forecast, we're looking at maybe 80 to 100 mile an hour winds here in St. Bernard Parish. You know, that's a category 2 up to a category 2 storm. So we want our residents to be vigilant. One of the good things this morning, you're waking up and you see people are leaving. You know, the highways toward the east and toward the west or getting packed like a July 4th weekend, somebody told me. So that's a good thing. People are heeding the advice, and we just want to make sure everyone is safe. And I know our employees and crews are out there for the last 2 days. They'll be out there all the way to the storm to make sure we prepare for the citizens' safety here in St. Bernard Parish.
And right now, Guy, we're looking at footage, or we were just a second ago, of those cars parked on LA 46. Are you still telling people maybe if they've got they got stuff over at Shell Beach to maybe move that over to LA 46? Can they do that still?
We have been for 2 days now telling people to get their assets, whatever it may be, out of the lower lying area and into the levee system. We're not advising people to put their assets on the highway, Paul, but people are doing it. We're allowing them to do that. For Zeta, we lost like 50% of those assets with the wind that came through. We could experience that this time. We would rather them take their boats and campers and all of their assets from the commercial fishermen to a safe place. We don't believe that's very safe, but then again, you know, a lot of people choose to put them on the highway on the westbound side. Yeah. So we can have an emergency lane after the storm.
And can we just remind us about the evacuation orders? They're voluntary for the whole parish, or mandatory for outside the levee protection? What are you telling residents as far as if they should leave, or are you telling everybody that they should leave?
You know, Paul, outside of our levee system, we're asking people to leave. We've already talked to the few families that are out there to get out. So we don't need any evacuation orders outside of our levee system. Inside of our levee system, we're asking people to make sure that you can withstand this storm. And right now it's at 100 mile an hour winds or so maximum. It could get worse. Make sure that you're ready for the power outages and leave if you can't do that. If you require oxygen, and you don't have enough oxygen for a week, we're asking people to leave. You really need to make sure that you are prepared. But as far as doing these evacuation orders, we're not going to do that yet here in St. Bernard Parish. That triggers a lot of things that we have to do here. So we're asking people to shelter in place or to move to a safer place. If your residents cannot withstand 100 miles an hour, if you live in a trailer, you might want to move to a friend's house or get on a road with everyone else. So we want everybody to be safe and safe and sound for, during the storm and after the storm.
Well, Guy, I really appreciate that. St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Paul. God bless.
All right, we want to turn our attention to Jefferson Parish. People are preparing for Hurricane Ida from Lake Pontchartrain down to Grand Isle, where a mandatory evacuation is in place. Crews are clearing catch basins. They're also expecting a lot of wind and power outages, and they're telling people if they have the ability to evacuate, they should do so.
So electrical outages, if water is not available to you, if the stores are closed, the grocery stores, the drugstores are closed, all of those modern day amenities are not going to be available to you if you're somebody that vulnerable and needs to get out early. These are the considerations that you and your family should be weighing right now.
Well, the mandatory evacuation includes places outside of the levee protection system, so Grand Isle, Barataria, Crown Point, Lower Lafitte, and Jean Lafitte. And coming up at 8 o'clock, Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng will be joining us to talk about what's going on there. Plaquemines Parish has not issued a parish-wide evacuation order, but residents in certain areas need to evacuate. So joining us now to discuss the very latest in Plaquemines Parish is Parish President Kirk Lapine. Kirk, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Sheba. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. Let's first talk about those areas under the mandatory evacuation. Tell us those areas again and how that evacuation is going.
Well, we issued the evacuation order now from the floodgate that's on Highway 23, what we call Oakville or Captain Larry's, all the way to Venice on the West Bank. We've issued the mandatory evacuation for all of the East Bank, and we're probably going to issue a voluntary evacuation for Belle Chase proper this morning after we meet today.
Of course, and we check in with you whenever there are storms. We talked a lot last storm season. How does this feel different from last season?
Well, I don't like this. I think I would need to skip over August 29th. That's the date of Katrina, and August 30th is the date of Isaac, and those are not very good days to remember. And it seems like Ida will put its mark on Plaquemines Parish too. And we'll get through it, but we asking our residents to be prepared and be ready to move.
Sure. And what's your biggest concern right now? I know we've been talking about storm surge for these lower-lying areas.
That's our concern on the West Bank, of course, is the water inundating Highway 23. Right. That doesn't give us commerce back and forth on the West Bank, and Highway 39 on our East Bank that doesn't give us commerce. So keeping those roads open is paramount.
What is the sense you're getting from residents right now? Are they heeding these warnings and trying to leave? Are people trying to hunker down?
Well, I think a lot of people have been on the move. COVID has made it very challenging. Some people are scared. Some people can't afford it. Some people just don't want to leave. So we encourage you to leave, to seek higher ground, but we understand the circumstances that some people are under.
And what about for folks who want to leave but don't have somewhere to go? You guys have an emergency shelter?
We do have a shelter here that we're registering people who come here, and we're moving those folks to West Monroe. We have a contract with West Monroe. The buses will take off in a caravan about 11 o'clock this morning. All
right. And of course, people are concerned about COVID, as you kind of mentioned during this as well. So what kind of precautions are you guys taking as you move people to those shelters?
We ask them to wear their masks. We're just really processing them at these shelters and then make sure that we have the numbers right. So when we get to West Monroe, our numbers will match here. And we're socially distancing them on the bus, and we're trying to keep them as safe as possible.
All right, and I'm about to let you go, but what does your day look like here? What are you doing in these last hours to prepare?
We got meetings today with EOC. Our crews are out there prepping. We are getting ready. We're marking roads. And again, we're just asking people to safely evacuate.
All right, Kirk, we are wishing you and everyone else the best. Of course, we'll check back in with you in Plaquemines Parish throughout this storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheba.
And if you are not evacuating today, you should be preparing for Ida. It is always a good idea to organize a storm kit. This is something you can turn to for your necessities when it is unsafe to leave your home. Make sure you have enough food and water for at least a few days per person. And if you have babies, make sure you have enough diapers, milk, and formula. The kit should also include any medications or supplies like Band-Aids. Make sure all of your electronics are charged and keep a portable charger on hand as well. It is also a good idea to have some cash because if there's no power, you can't use your credit cards. If you have a pet, you should make sure that they are brought inside and that they have enough food and a safe place to sleep. And if you need gas for a generator or your car, go ahead and fill them up before the storm hits. And speaking of generators, they are a popular item to turn to when you lose power, of course, but generators can be a very dangerous tool if not handled properly. They can lead to carbon monoxide poisoning, which kills more than 400 Americans a year, according to the CDC. So here's some tips. Never use a generator inside of your home or garage. It should always be placed outside in a well-ventilated area. A generator should also be at least 20 feet away from your home, and it is a good idea to double check that the exhaust is pointed away from any vents that could lead into your home. And if you just bought a new generator, follow the instructions when setting it up.
Local parishes have several locations open. You can find information on where to go for sandbags by visiting our website, wwltv.com. Keep in mind you will more than likely have to bring your own shovel and fill up the bags.
Well, as Hurricane Ida travels closer to Louisiana, we are tracking its every move. Coming up, Michelle Morgan will have the latest on Ida's path and details on when we could start seeing some of the heavy rain associated with the hurricane next.
Alrighty, well, we continue to keep a very close eye on Hurricane Ida. Taking a look at the satellite imagery here in that enhanced mode, really showing a really nice representation of this system here. So it's really trying to get its act together as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico. You can see that wraparound convection and the thunderstorms really blowing up around the center, which indicates strengthening. So again, we are expecting this system to rapidly intensify throughout the rest of the day. So right now it is a Category 1 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 85 miles per hour with wind gusts of 100 miles per hour. So it's already strong. And we're looking at the movement moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. So it's about 385 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi River. And again, it is expected to rapidly intensify as it moves through the Gulf of Mexico and then making that curve and making landfall somewhere along southeast Louisiana as a major hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles per hour with higher wind gusts. And right now we are hitting all the marks when it comes to tropical impacts, and I'll go over that in a moment. But once on land, it is expected to slightly weaken, still a Category 2 hurricane, and on land, and then eventually weakening as it heads to Tennessee as we approach Tuesday. So that is the latest track as of 4 o'clock this morning, and then we'll get a new track 10 o'clock this morning. But I do want to show you the computer models here showing where the center of the storm may go. Again, we have a few possibilities here. Of course, if the center of the storm is closer to New Orleans, we'll see stronger winds and we'll see heavier rain. Again, we are looking at the heaviest rainfall north and east of this system here. So nonetheless, we are looking at direct impacts for our area in southeast Louisiana. And of course, if the center of the system jogs to the west, we're still going to see heavy tropical rain in portions of the area, and that may lead to flooding as well, which is a huge concern, and strong winds as well, which we are expecting widespread power outages across the area, and then it will be banking to the northeast as we approach Tuesday. So I do want to show you a few models here. So today, the weather remaining pretty unsettled. We are looking at isolated downpours across southeast Louisiana, and again, the soil is already very saturated, so it cannot hold any more water. So Ida is going to cause a huge problem for us as it approaches the area. Now, we are looking at spotty showers, isolated downpours throughout the day, not a whole lot of sunshine. Now, as we head into tonight, those outer rain bands are expected to approach the coastal communities, and we're looking at late tonight, early tomorrow morning when we'll start seeing our weather continue to deteriorate. As we approach Sunday afternoon, heavy rain bands continuing to move into the area, and we are looking at heavy tropical rain across the area, and some areas may pick up between 10 to even 15 inches of rainfall through Sunday, and we're looking at heavy rain to continue well into our Monday morning, possibly Monday afternoon, and we'll still see breezy conditions as Ida continues to move northeast. Now, I do want to show you the forecast wind gusts. Again, we are expecting damaging, devastating winds, especially near the eye wall and extending well from the eye wall as well, where you see the whites. That's where we're expecting 100 plus, even 120 plus winds. Now, even the forecast cone, again, that's for the center of the storm. Impacts will be felt well away from the center in portions of southeast Mississippi, extending into the Panhandle as Hurricane Ida moves through land as we approach tomorrow afternoon into early Monday morning. Now, the available moisture associated with this system, it is going to pack a lot of moisture. So we are looking at heavy rain, tropical rain through the rest of Sunday leading into Monday morning. And again, the flooding risk potential rather high. So rivers, lakes, especially along our coastal communities, we are looking at devastating impacts. So again, for the next couple of days or so, where you see the yellows and lighter yellows, between 10 to 15 inches of rainfall, and that includes portions of New Orleans, and we're looking at north of Lake Pontchartrain, between 5 to 10 inches of rain, and then extending into southern Mississippi. Some areas may see between 3 to 6 inches of rain. And then storm surge, again, as that system approaches the area, we're looking at a wall of water between 10 to 15 feet of storm surge along our coastal communities here. And then as we look near Triumph, also portions of Plaquemine, St. Bernard, between 7 to 10 or 7 to 11 feet of storm surge, and then around the lake 4 to 7 feet. So again, we are looking at devastating storm surge. So again, if you are planning to evacuate, again, your best bet will be out to the west. We're looking at Houston. If you're planning to go to Shreveport, looking good to go. Lafayette, again, you will feel the impacts, as well as portions of southeast Mississippi. Mobile, not too bad, but we'll still feel some impacts. And if you are planning to go to Montgomery or even Panama, looking okay for now. So again, the bottom line, tropical impacts will begin tonight. Not much has changed with the forecast. Again, we'll get the next track 10 o'clock this morning. Landfall is expected as a major hurricane Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. And again, your plan should be in place. So again, keep that in mind there. So I do want to leave you with your 7-day forecast. Hot, humid today. We'll start feeling some impacts tonight from Ida, full impacts tomorrow. We'll be right back. Dan. Alrighty, well, Hurricane Ida continues to strengthen as it moves through the Gulf of Mexico here. You can see it here on satellite imagery in that enhanced mode. Really see the thunderstorms blowing up around the center, just showing that it is going to continue to strengthen. Again, all factors are in place for further strengthening throughout the day, and we do expect this system to rapidly intensify. Latest information shows that maximum sustained winds were sitting at 85 miles per hour, and we have wind gusts of 100 miles per hour. So again, the next track will come out at 10 o'clock this morning, but as of 4 o'clock this morning, again, the latest track shows that this system will continue to intensify as it moves over the Gulf of Mexico, eventually intensifying into a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour before it makes landfall along southeast Louisiana. We are hitting all the marks when it comes to tropical impacts. Heavy tropical rain, which will cause flooding in a few areas, strong winds. I am expecting widespread power outages across the area, and also we're looking at dangerous storm surge. Again, many areas will see between 7 to even 15 feet of storm surge along the coastal areas. And time now, it is 7:57, and we'll be right back.
Good morning, and thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News. I'm Paul Dudley.
And I'm Sheba Turk. It's Saturday, August 28th, and southeast Louisiana is preparing for Hurricane Ida. Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng will be joining us in just a few minutes to discuss preparations there. We've had a lot of people asking about traffic moving out of the city for those still considering evacuating, so we did want to show you guys a live look. This is, of course, I-10 West leaving the city. That's I-10 at Loyola right now. You can see traffic already at a standstill as lots of people try to evacuate. Now remember, there's no mandatory evacuation for New Orleans. Mayor Cantrell said it was too late for that, suggesting that people shelter in place by midnight tonight, Paul. And we can see why the interstate's packed already.
I mean, a lot of people trying to get out of the way of this storm as it is rapidly intensifying, at least according to our local weather experts. So let's get on over to our local weather experts with the latest on this. I believe we have Peyton with us. Peyton, what seems to be the latest on this track right now?
Yeah, this is the 7 a.m. advisory here. Hurricane hunters cameras are in there, so we're getting great data that's reliable. 85-mile-per-hour hurricane, and the structure of it has really come together over the past couple of hours. What it's doing right now, it's developing that inner core, and that inner core is key to this thing rapidly intensifying. And as long as it continues to wrap storms all the way around that center, which it's doing, it's going to continue to intensify. It's got about 36 more hours over the Gulf of Mexico here. All right, 385 miles southeast of the mouth of the river. It's moving northwest at 16. And as I mentioned, sustained winds 85 with gusts to around 100 miles per hour. This is what I was talking about. Look at all these storms wrapping around it. And some of these are intense thunderstorms. We call them hot towers. They're big, tall storms. And when you get those intense, tall towers like that, it is a sign of a deepening system. And that's how it can clear out an eye. So I would not be surprised. We'll probably have an eye on this thing maybe later today. Let's take you through the latest track. This is the 4 a.m. track. We'll get our next track at 10 a.m. There you can see they're strengthening to a major hurricane by later tonight. Category 4 off our coast by tomorrow afternoon, and then making landfall as we go into Sunday evening, closer to sunset more than likely. Somewhere in South Louisiana, you could see there either from Vermilion Bay to Lafayette, towards perhaps Terrebonne Parish, and the cone still includes parts of Lafourche and into nearly Plaquemine. So there's still some uncertainty where the exact landfall is going to be, although it's been basically holding steady right near St. Mary and Terrebonne Parish. So anywhere in southeast Louisiana is likely going to be on the east side, the bad side of this storm. It is going to slow down as it makes its landfall. Here's Sunday afternoon, Monday at midnight, around 1 a.m., and then 24 hours from that point, it's just here. So in 24 hours, it's going to be traveling about from the coast up to around Natchez, Mississippi. So it's not going to be moving terribly fast, but it is going to be moving. So here's your timeline. People are preparing today. A lot of people are evacuating, as we just showed you. We do have mandatory evacuations for some areas, so we hope you're taking those seriously and doing what you need to do. You've got today to do things. You got today to get out of town. We will have some showers around, showers and thunderstorms. It is going to be breezy. Anyone in the marine are doing anything with boats or anything like that, it is going to be choppy today, so be careful. You'll be dealing with that. Sunday morning, coastal impacts will start, maybe closer to sunset. We're talking tropical storm force winds. Conditions will go downhill quickly by Sunday afternoon for our coastal areas. We're talking hurricane conditions moving on in throughout the afternoon down there, and then that will spread up over the area through Saturday evening. It makes landfall Saturday evening and then through the night. Sunday night, the worst of it's moving through southeast Louisiana, all the way from Baton Rouge to New Orleans to the North Shore to parts of South Mississippi. So this is going to be an overnight event for a lot of people, unfortunately. So you may be sitting in the dark if you stay and waking up Monday morning. We're still going to have some impacts Monday morning, but things will start to taper off as we go into Monday afternoon. Paul.
All right, thanks so much, Peyton. 8:04 and Jefferson Parish leaders are preparing for Ida, and they want residents to as well. Joining us now is Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang. Cynthia, just tell us what people are doing right now, or what you're at least encouraging people to do right now. Are you telling people to evacuate?
Yeah, certainly we have a mandatory evacuation order for those areas outside of the levee protection system. So that would be Grand Isle, Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Barataria, Crown Point. I am getting word, and I'm in touch with those people, that there are a steady stream of people leaving. So we're very grateful for that. And if you're within the levee protection system, we're asking you to leave as well. If you have the means to get out, because this is it's a major storm, and we want as many people getting to a safe place as possible. So if you have the means to leave, we want you have time today. We want you to leave. Yes.
Where is your level of concern right now as we take a look at this latest forecast?
Well, look, where we live, first of all, the forecast is there. We're concerned about last minute moves, so we're going to watch that. But where we live, especially in Jefferson Parish, every weapon that a hurricane has, we're vulnerable to. Okay, so whether it's the winds, whether it's storm surge, whether it's the rainfall, obviously we live in a bowl, so the flooding next to open canals, which is very, very dangerous. Tornadoes, but I don't think that's, all of the threats of a hurricane, Jefferson Parish is extremely vulnerable to, because we have the lower lying areas with storm surge, we have the inside that's completely relying on the pump system. But the secondary effects, we're kind of going into this as a vulnerable community with COVID. Our medical system has a lot of COVID patients inside. So we're not going into this storm full strength, right? So if you're someone who's vulnerable, it's difficult for you to be without air conditioning. If you might need a doctor, all of those systems and framework in a solid community, really we're kind of a little bit fractured right now with that. So again, the message is if you can get out, and you have time today to leave.
And you mentioned hospitals and COVID. What has your communication been like with the hospitals? Are they prepared to make it through this storm?
Yes, they're prepared. They're just our heroes, really. Haven't they been this whole time? We know to communicate with them whatever they need to get them what they need. So certainly we're concerned about the electrical needs. They have generator backup, but we're prepared to help them in any kind of way we can as this thing goes. We know people sometimes need to go to the hospital to get oxygen, and any of those kinds of things that we can provide and kind of take some of that pressure off the hospital systems, we're prepared to do. So we're gonna, get some oxygen changing stations for the tanks and keep those people out of the hospital for them, and anything else that they might need to help. We're prepared to do that for them.
And I want to ask you just about some of the preparations that some of your public works and other crews are doing. I know that they're probably draining catch basins right now, clearing catch basins. Are they doing anything else, bringing any of those portable pumps maybe for some of those lower lying areas like Lower Lafitte or Grand Isle? Is that something we're going to see?
That's certainly something we always do for any major storm. We pre-position pumps in Lafitte and Grand Isle, so that has been done. But yes, our public works system has been working around the clock. Yeah, cleaning out the catch basins, and we want to encourage everybody to do that before you leave today, or if you're going to stay. We need that drainage system to work to its full capacity, and you need to get all of that out of there. Nothing in it, just water to flow in it. So just pick it out, put it in the garbage. But our teams are out. We're monitoring canal levels. We have to do that, ensuring all the fuel tanks are filled and the gas and all of our equipment's working. And obviously our construction sites, we had a lot of construction sites going on in Jefferson Parish, securing those sites. But, our teams are prepared. We're at the safe houses. We have operators that are able to be right by the pumping stations, which is a very different scenario since Katrina, how eerily we're at the same weekend for Katrina. But we're coming into this storm with a much stronger internal protection system in terms of the levees, the safe houses, very, very different situation than Katrina.
And I just want to ask you one more quick question here. They are telling me to wrap, so we only have about 30 seconds left here, but I do think this is important. What are you telling some of those folks in those lower lying areas outside of the levee protection if they decide to stay? I know a lot of those people are very self-sufficient. They have homes built up very high in the air. What would you maybe tell those folks if they're going to stay?
There are some of our strongest people, and I know some of them do like staying. They cannot stay. The storm surge is just going to be hitting, and they know what that's like. And this is going to be a long storm. This is going to be a long time that we have to get that pounding. And it's very, very dangerous. It is very, very dangerous to stay if you're in the lower lying areas. You've got to leave. I don't want to think about a search and rescue after this storm. Please leave if you're in that lower lying areas, because this is a major, major storm.
Well, thank you so much for this vital information. We really do appreciate it. That's Cynthia Lee Sheng with Jefferson Parish. She's the parish president there. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. The Bayou parishes are bracing for impact as Hurricane Ida could make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. They are expecting to feel the first impacts by tomorrow morning at this time. Our Mike McDaniel is joining us live from home now, where evacuation orders are already in place. Mike, what's going on there?
Hey there, Sheba. Well, you can see there's a caravan of school buses out here at H.L. Bourgeois High School in Terrebonne Parish. They're all getting ready to take folks back to Monroe, or up to Monroe, where the parish is sheltering people at the Monroe Civic Center. If you take a walk back here with me, you can see crews are actually getting supplies ready. What they're doing is filling these bags with water and some other supplies like toiletries and towels and some protein bars and things like that, putting them on the buses for these evacuees as they head out. Here's how this is working. If you need to evacuate from Terrebonne Parish, you can come here to the high school. They will process you and then put you on one of these buses and then head out. All of these buses, by the way, being driven by bus drivers across the district. This parish-wide mandatory evacuation order has been in effect for 2 hours now, and that's the same situation for Terrebonne, Lafourche, and St. Charles parishes. These three parishes are expected to get a direct or near direct hit from Hurricane Ida. Between those parishes, we're talking 260,000 people being told to get out. The parish president here says Terrebonne Parish is the bullseye, with anticipated winds up to 140 miles an hour and a storm surge of up to 15 feet. Now, parish leaders do ask anyone who decided to stay behind to rethink that decision and leave while there's still time.
This is a very dangerous storm. There will be catastrophic damage with the Category 4 winds and with the storm surge up against our levee system.
Because a lot of people don't want to leave because they're concerned about their property. I'm going to tell the community now. We'll deal with people that want to mess with your property. That's why our people are staying back. So bottom line is, we're asking you to evacuate for your safety so it doesn't have to be a rescue mission where we can more or less protect property. Because we don't want to have to go ahead and start going into a rescue situation when normally people should be evacuating.
And thankfully, the weather is holding up right now, so if you need to get out here to H.L. Bourgeois High School, you have time to do it. Keep in mind, there will be a curfew going into effect here in Terrebonne Parish at 6 p.m., and the sheriff who you just heard from says he will be out patrolling enforcing that. Now, if you do need shelter to evacuate to, you can call this number. It's 211, simple and easy. You can also text LA Shelter to 898-211. That way you can find some state shelter information. Live in Terrebonne Parish, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
And Mike, what's just the sense you're getting being around as people start to prepare for this? I'm just feeling in general a lot of anxiety from people in the city and in our area.
Well, I think we were out here last night in Terrebonne Parish, and a lot of the anxiety really happened last night. That's what we felt as folks were filling up sandbags and the parish issued that mandatory evacuation order. That's when the gears started to really turn. But now that we're the next morning, the morning after, it's kind of routine. We've been through this in regards to practice to drills. We know what evacuations are. We know what we have to do, and that's what these crews are back here doing, making sure that supplies are ready to go. There's already a process from EOC to get people processed. Those folks are on the inside of the building right now before they're heading out, and then they'll be loading on these buses. From what we've seen, everything seems to be working smoothly. There's not a lot of anxiety right now out here where we are, although I'm sure as the weather deteriorates right now, it's a beautiful morning out here in Terrebonne Parish. Beautiful out here, but we know that's going to change, and I think that's when a lot of that anxiety, Sheba, you talk about, is really going to set in, especially for the people who did not heed this warning and get out in time.
Definitely, always that calm before the storm. We are glad to see people preparing, though. Mike, thank you so much for that report. Guys, still to come on the Eyewitness Morning News, Peyton Malone will have the latest on Ida's path and details on when we could start seeing its impacts up next.
All right, just after 8:15 here, let's talk a little bit about the impacts. We've got an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane right now. It is still forecasted to strengthen to a Cat 4 and make landfall somewhere in southeast Louisiana by Sunday evening. That is the current track. It's been holding pretty steady. You're going to see minor fluctuations of maybe 15 to 20 miles, and it might seem like a lot, and it could be a lot when you're talking about impacts, but just know we're all watching this. We're all going to feel at least some impact at this point. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge is what we're expecting. The worst of it in Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, and Jefferson Parish, Lower Jefferson Parish, outside the levees. Now, as you get onto Plaquemines Parish on the west, or on the east bank rather, you're talking 7 to 11 feet, 7 to 11 feet for eastern St. Bernard outside the levees, 7 to 11 feet for outside the levees in Orleans, think Venetian Isles, and then for Bay St. Louis, Gulfport, Biloxi, Pass Christian, Long Beach, 7 to 11 feet. 4 to 7 feet in the lake, and then 3 to 5 feet in Lake Maurepas. So overall, some significant surge looks likely with the system near the center and east of it, which does put most of our area on the east side. So we'll be watching the flooding threat with surge. We're also going to be watching that flooding threat with rainfall. It's not very often that the Weather Prediction Center, they're just another branch of NOAA like the National Hurricane Center or National Weather Service, they issue these flood risk, and these are quite rare to get a high risk flood risk over much of our area, which means flooding is likely to happen within this region. This would start more than likely Sunday night into Monday. So flooding threat could be really high through the overnight periods on Sunday going into Monday. Think about that. If you live in a flood-prone area, if you live near a river, you got to be thinking about these things. We could see a lot of rainfall from this, with the side being on the east side of this track. We're going to be on the wet side, and really a strong hurricane. All sides are wet, but 10 inches is possible for a widespread area, and we could see a few isolated areas pick up 15 inches or more as the storm kind of makes its way across the area. It's not going to stall, but it's going to slow down as it makes its turn. So it's going to be about there on Sunday afternoon, so tomorrow afternoon, and it's going to go from there to about there in 24 hours. So during that 24-hour period here, which will be mainly Sunday night, it's going to be dumping a lot of heavy rainfall. So flood-prone areas, you got to prepare. Winds are going to be a big issue too for some. It's going to be near that center and in that eastern eye wall, and how close that eastern eye wall gets to New Orleans and the metro determines how strong our winds are. If that eye wall moves through parts of the metro, winds could be over 100 miles an hour. If it stays just to our west, the worst winds will be in the river parishes and down in the bayou parishes. It almost seems like a guarantee the worst weather is going to be down here towards Houma and Thibodaux, where we could see wind gusts of 100 to 120, and near the coast where landfall is, you're talking 140 miles an hour or greater. This could be one of the strongest hurricanes people have ever felt down here. I mean, we're talking going all the way back to Betsy and Andrew. So keep that in mind. If you have not evacuated down here, this is why we want you to evacuate. North Shore 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, but as I've been mentioning, if this track ends up shifting to the east just by 25, maybe 50 miles, we've got big problems in New Orleans. There's no guarantee that this track doesn't shift a little east. There's also no guarantee that maybe it shifts a little further west. It is still possible this track's closer to Vermilion Bay and Marsh Island, and Lafayette sees a pretty big hit from this. So overall, the wind threat's there, the surge threat is there, and the flooding rainfall threat is there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. Organizations across the metro area have been preparing for Hurricane Ida for a few days now.
That's right, Paul. This includes the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority, which oversees floodgates, levees, and pumping stations. Our Duke Carter has a closer look.
People were out looking at the waves from Lake Pontchartrain that crashed along the seawall.
It's a little surreal seeing the water splashing up, hoping that what's out there does not come out here.
Tiffany Guidry is one of many Louisiana residents monitoring the weather. Guidry, being from Louisiana, is ready for what could possibly happen over the weekend.
Tested a couple of times, so we know how to prepare. We have our normal generators. We have a lot of water. We have everything we need, and we're just going to pray for the best.
And while people prepare ahead of the storm, organizations are preparing as well.
We start preparing for hurricane season the day after the last one ends.
And Kelly Chandler is the regional director of the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East. The organization oversees nearly 200 miles of levees, plus floodgates and pumping stations designed to protect Orleans and Jefferson parishes, similar to this one here on Lakeshore Drive. Leaders feel confident the system will do its best to keep people safe during the storm.
We've exercised all of the gates. The system is in good condition. We're confident it's going to perform as designed. We get storm surge predictions, and based on those predictions, we then make decisions on which gates we should start closing.
So that people like Guidry are not severely impacted when Mother Nature hits.
I have a snowball stand, so this is not good for business either. It's Guidry's goodies.
All right, as you do preparations today or get on the road to evacuate, be watching for some showers and storms. I want to run you through a timeline really quick. We do have some showers and storms out here in the Gulf right now. We're getting a little bit of a break, but some showers and storms will build back in through today. So they'll be on and off, so be keeping an eye on that. So today, showers around and breezy. If you're moving a boat anywhere, it will be a little bit choppy, so keep that in mind. By tonight, coastal impacts will start, and this will start closer to Sunday morning. We're talking tropical storm force winds moving in by sunrise tomorrow near the coast of Louisiana. Louisiana, and the conditions will go downhill as we go into the afternoon. The worst of Ida will start tomorrow afternoon along the coast. It will get worse as we get towards the evening, and then New Orleans, the river parishes, and the North Shore will start to experience the worst of it by the evening and going into Sunday night. So this is going to be an overnight event through Sunday going into early Monday. We're talking a flooding threat, we're talking a storm surge threat, and we're talking that significant risk for winds, as this could make landfall as a Category 4 somewhere along the South Louisiana coast. We are going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with much more.
Good morning. Thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News just after 8:30 here, and we are tracking Ida. And Sheba Turk is here, as well as Michelle Morgan, and we're just going to learn a little bit more about this latest track from Michelle. So Michelle, I just want to know what is the latest track, and what are you seeing right now as far as the forecast is concerned when it comes to Ida?
Well, the latest track came out at 4 o'clock this morning. The next new track will come.
We're actually not hearing Michelle's mic right now, so we're going to give her a second to turn it on. Don't worry, guys.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, our local
coverage.
weather experts are working overtime to make sure that we are prepared. We've been watching the traffic this morning. That's one of the big stories leaving the city. So much traffic if you were headed I-10 west out of the city. And a lot of people are asking, when is contraflow going to go into effect? Is there a mandatory evacuation for New Orleans? That is not the case. Mayor LaToya Cantrell did say it was too late for that. So let's get over to Michelle now with the latest on this storm.
And that's right. Now my mic is good to go. And the latest track came out 4 o'clock this morning. A new track will come out at 10. And again, we are are looking at full impacts across southeast Louisiana as early as tonight. So as of right now, the latest track, it does show that the center of the storm potentially will make landfall somewhere along southeast Louisiana. Now, of course, we will be on the northeast side of this system where we're looking at heavy tropical rain and strong winds. And of course, if the center of the storm gets closer, it makes landfall closer to the metro area, we are looking at significant wind damage across the area because that's where you will find the strongest winds around that eye wall. So again, right now we will see jogs in the forecast throughout the rest of today and also tomorrow. But nonetheless, we are looking at full impact from Ida as early as tonight.
And Michelle, people are getting so much information right now. I'd really like us to focus on the timeline of things. You do have so many people on the interstate trying to evacuate right now. When is the point when you would say people really should be in place where they're going to be to ride this storm out if they're staying? I know Mayor Cantrell said around midnight tonight.
Absolutely. So tonight will be the night, especially after 10 o'clock tonight. That's when we'll start seeing those outer rain bands starting to approach, especially along our coastal communities. And winds will definitely start picking up during the overnight hours. And we are talking about tropical storm force winds at first. As we head into tomorrow morning, that's when things will really start picking up as the center of the storm gets closer to our area. We're looking at full impacts, and that includes devastating storm surge, especially where you'll find the eye wall, especially east of the eye wall. And again, our latest forecast showing especially along our coastal communities between 7 to even 15 feet of storm surge. So we are looking at devastating storm surge as this system approaches the area. In terms of rainfall, some areas might pick up between 10 to 15 inches of rainfall. So that is excessive, especially with the amount of rain we're expecting today, and really has nothing to do with Ida. This is just spotty downpours.
All right, thank you so much, Michelle. We, of course, have much more from her in a minute, but we do want to get to the story out of New Orleans. Mayor LaToya Cantrell says it is too late to issue a mandatory evacuation for the city. She is urging people to leave if they can, and everyone else should be prepared to shelter in place and ride out the storm.
I've said it before, but it is worth repeating, and it's also worth you all sharing. We need to take this storm very seriously. Now is not the time for jokes, for playing around. We need to take it seriously. We need to reach out to our neighbors, our family members, and our friends. We need to ensure that we're bringing what's ever on our properties in terms of plants and materials that could fly with the wind the winds that are expected, that we bring those things in. And of course, we have to protect our pets.
In Lakeview, Pump Station 12 is out of service right now. The Sewage and Water Board says Pump Stations 6 and 7 should be able to pick up the slack to drain Lakeview as well as the West End.
And if you are not evacuating today, then you should be preparing for Ida. It's always a good idea to organize a storm kit. So this is something you could turn to for necessities when it is unsafe to leave your home. Make sure you guys have food and water for at least a few days for each person in the household. If you have babies, you want to make sure you have enough diapers, milk, and formula. That kit should also include medications and supplies, simple things like Band-Aids. Make sure all of your electronics are charged and keep a portable charger on hand as well. It is a good idea to have some cash because if there's no power, obviously you won't be able to use your credit cards. If you have a pet, you want to make sure they're brought inside and you have enough food and a safe place to sleep. If you need gas for a generator or your car, you want to make sure you fill those up. And we've been watching gas stations around the area already running out of gas.
And speaking of generators, it is a popular item to turn to when a storm causes power outages, but they can be very dangerous if you're not handling them properly. They can lead to carbon monoxide poisoning, which killed more than 400 Americans each year, according to the CDC. So here are some tips. Never use a generator inside of your home or garage. It should always be placed outside in a well-ventilated area. A generator should be at least 20 feet away from your home. It is also a good idea to double check that the exhaust is pointed away from any vents that lead into your home. And if you just bought a new generator, follow the manufacturing instructions when setting it up.
Hurricane Ida is, of course, approaching New Orleans at a precarious time when streets throughout the city are torn up due to construction. Those half-completed projects are leaving residents very concerned about the danger of even more loose debris and blocked drains once the storm hits. Mike Pearlstein has that story.
When the city launched more than $4 billion worth of street construction, many residents cheered. Now, with Hurricane Ida bearing down, those same people are worried about the threat posed with so many of those jobs left unfinished.
My concern with storm coming is that they rocked over the drain, and I'm just afraid that the water's not going to drain through the rocks.
I'm definitely not thrilled to come out here 2 days before the hurricane's about to hit and see so much debris just sitting on my street, waiting to be picked up by hurricane winds and thrown into our houses and roofs and windows.
Just to illustrate some of the concerns that residents have on these streets that are in mid-construction, here on this Uptown street, you can see construction material left behind. Here is a spot where a catch basin used to be, completely covered, and a little further down, you can see that the ramps to people's driveways have been torn out, leading some people, like this resident, to build his own ramp to get into his own driveway. Geruso said the unfinished construction has been the #1 complaint his office is hearing from constituents.
And there are a number of people across the district who are concerned about the materials that are left behind, contractors coming to gather all of them.
Mayor Cantrell said the contractors should be cleaning up ahead of the storm.
The contractors are responsible for protecting as well as our storm drains, catch basins along those areas. So we're confident that that is happening, of course.
But at many work sites, that doesn't appear to be happening, including some major construction, such as this gap in the Orleans Avenue outfall canal near Marconi.
It's got to be done right now. Everything's got to be moved as much as possibly in great speed and care to get this taken care of.
With this hurricane coming through and all of this debris still here, it's not going to be good.
Mike Pearlstein, Eyewitness News.
And of course, stay tuned to the Eyewitness Morning News and our news team throughout all of this storm coverage. We'll keep an eye on these problem construction areas as Ida approaches and makes landfall.
The Bayou parishes are bracing for the impacts of Hurricane Ida, as it is expected to make a landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. They expect to feel the impacts by tomorrow morning at this time. Mike McDaniel is joining us live from Houma, where evacuation orders were put into place yesterday. Mike, what's the situation like now?
Hey, Paul. Well, I can tell you several buses have already left. They're headed to Monroe, where the parish is sheltering people at the Monroe Civic Center to get ahead of Hurricane Ida. This is how this is working. Buses are leaving in pairs of 2 with 60 people, and they're being escorted by officers. That parish-wide mandatory evacuation order went into effect at 6 this morning, and then crews have been out here ever since working to make sure that this is a seamless process. There are some supply bags down here below us. These are being loaded up onto each seat on the bus, so some of these evacuees have some supplies with them and take with them as they are at that shelter. Now, this is also the same situation with the evacuation order. This is the same situation for Terrebonne, Lafourche, and St. Charles parishes. All 3 of those are expected to get a direct hit from this storm. And between those parishes, we're talking about 260,000 people who call this place home, or those places home, and they're being told to get out this morning. Now, the parish president here in Terrebonne calls his parish a bullseye, and that, of course, seems to be the case. Keep in mind, the bus drivers who are part of this caravan, they're all with the school district. We caught up with one of them a little bit earlier to ask why she decided to do it.
I actually made the choice to come on the bus. I had the opportunity to help in another area, and I thought the town needed my help more. So I chose to do that, to do this.
And our hats, of course, go off to her as well as the other bus drivers who have chosen to do this. They will be driving these evacuees up to Monroe. They will be staying in Monroe as well. And they believe that those evacuees will be assigned to the bus so they can bring them back here to Terrebonne Parish. And if you do need to evacuate and you're in Terrebonne Parish, make your way over here to the high school, H.L. Bourgeois, Highway 24, and they can get you processed, get you on a bus, and get you to Monroe. Because like I said, they're leaving in pairs of 2. Once they fill up a couple of buses, they send them off at 60 people, then they just redo the process. And remember, if you're in Terrebonne Parish and you're staying behind, there is a 6 p.m. curfew, which the sheriff says his officers will be out patrolling. Live in Terrebonne, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News, Paul.
All right, thank you so much, Mike McDaniel. Still to come on the Eyewitness Morning News, we're going to share some tips on how to prepare your home for a hurricane after the break. Plus, our local weather expert, Michelle Morgan, will have a full in-depth look at Ida as it moves closer to Louisiana.
Alrighty, we continue to monitor Hurricane Ida as of the latest updates. Still packing winds of 85 miles per hour with wind gusts of 100 miles per hour, and it is moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. Now, as you take a look at the latest satellite imagery here in the enhanced mode, you could really start to see the thunderstorms start to blow up along or around the center rather, and this is just a sign of strengthening, and it is going to continue to strengthen throughout the rest of the day as it moves over the very warm water over the Gulf of Mexico throughout the rest of the day. So we are expecting this system to rapidly intensify into a Category 2 system later on this afternoon, eventually a Category 3 system later on tonight, and making landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, major hurricane, sometime Sunday afternoon along the southeast coastline of Louisiana here. So we are looking at all of the tropical impacts. That includes excessive rainfall, flooding, damaging winds, and dangerous storm surge as we head into tomorrow afternoon, lasting into early Monday morning. And once on landfall, it will continue to weaken, but notice the latest forecast projection has it as a Category 2 storm early Monday morning. So we're looking at strong winds throughout much of Monday morning here. So as we take a look at a few models here, I just want to point out, even though the forecast cone here is projected to go over southeast Louisiana, notice the winds and the impacts will extend well from the center here in portions of southern Mississippi, even Alabama as we head into Sunday afternoon. And again, that system eventually making that turn to the northeast. Taking a look at how much rainfall to expect here, but before we get to that, forecast here. Again, maximum wind forecast 140 miles per hour, especially along our coastal areas, but the areas that you see highlighted in white, I expect winds between 100 to 120 miles per hour. And then as we look at the metro area, portions of the North Shore between 80 even to 100 miles per hour. So widespread outages or power outages are expected. Now, as that system gets closer, especially the eye wall, and we're looking at the strongest winds around that eye wall and the heaviest rainfall, especially north and east of the system, we could potentially see between 10 to 15 feet of storm surge along our coastal areas here. And as we look at St. Bernard and also Plaquemines parishes, between 7 to 11 feet, Lake Pontchartrain between 4 to 7 feet. Nonetheless, we are looking at devastating storm surge across the area for sure. Now, the available moisture packing with this system as it comes on land, we're looking at extensive rain, heavy tropical rain across the area, which may lead to devastating flooding throughout tomorrow afternoon, leading into early Monday morning. And as we take a look at this forecast, this will continue to change. You see that bullseye right over portions of, we're looking at Terrebonne Parish, Jefferson Parish, and New Orleans, could potentially see between 5 to 10 inches of rain and the heaviest rainfall along our coastal areas. The areas highlighted in that deeper orange could potentially see between 3 to 6 inches of rain. So we could see river flooding. Again, as I mentioned before, the lakes could potentially flood as well as we get that tropical rain over the area. So today's forecast, scattered showers throughout the day, isolated downpours, and we're looking at a marginal risk for flooding rain. As we head into tomorrow, notice the highest flash flooding potential or risk, that bullseye highlighted in that magenta area, pretty much the entire area, our viewing area, could see that flooding risk as we head into tomorrow afternoon, lasting into early Monday morning. And a lot of forecasts, or this forecast potentially shows, again, spotty showers throughout the rest of the day. We start seeing those outer rain bands as early as tonight. So we'll start feeling the effects from Ida and then tropical storm force winds during the overnight hours. As we get into Sunday afternoon, again, making landfall there, and we're looking at heavy rain in many areas that could potentially we'll see some flooding. And then as we head into Sunday afternoon, again, slowing down just a bit, heavy rainfall. We're looking at damaging winds that could, potentially start some, looks like power outages, and then that system will be out of the area as we head into your Tuesday morning. So we'll be feeling the effects from Ida throughout much of Sunday into your Monday morning. And again, and that's what that forecast is showing. If you are planning to evacuate these areas right here, bullseye, we see the reds, Jackson, and portions of Lafayette, again, will be in that cone. Your best bet is heading out to either Houston or Panama City, Mobile, not too bad, as well as Montgomery. So again, the latest forecast projections here, the center of the system, again, if the center of the storm gets closer to New Orleans, we're looking at higher impacts because the center of the storm will be closer to us. We're looking at stronger winds, heavy rains, and we're looking at devastating situations there in the area. But as of right now, we are looking at strong winds, and tropical impacts again will begin as early as tonight, landfall as a major hurricane, and your plan should be in place. So what to expect, as I mentioned before, if you're now tuning in, expect widespread power outages and flash flooding in portions of southeast Louisiana. As I showed you that map, that bullseye in that magenta area, again, that flooding potential is rather high. So taking a quick look at your 7-day forecast, again, we're looking at spotty downpours throughout the day. We'll start feeling some impacts later on tonight. Full impacts tomorrow morning, lasting into early Monday morning.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Well, we got a lot of practice last year, but it's been a while since we've all had to prepare for a storm headed our way.
And there are some things that you can do to make sure that you and your family are ready to go, no matter how bad the weather gets. Devin Bartolotta has some important reminders.
As the Gulf churns and storms threaten coastal Louisiana, there are a few things you can do to make sure your family is prepared. First, check your emergency kit. Make sure you have water, flashlights, a battery-powered radio, a utility knife, and things like medication and personal items. Outside your home, make sure catch basins are clear and tie down or bring in anything that's unsecured, like outdoor furniture or trash cans. Next, make sure you're staying informed. Our WWL TV app will send you notifications as the storm nears or changes track. It's also smart to sign up for NOLA Ready alerts on your phone. Just text NOLA Ready to 77295. If you're handicapped or need help, NOLA Ready or your parish government should be able to help you evacuate. Make sure you've registered and your information is up to date before a storm. Emergency Preparedness Director Colin Arnold says one of the most important steps is getting the COVID vaccine.
It's going to offer you the greatest amount of safety and comfort while you're evacuating if we have to do that. You'll be going to different communities, potentially different states. You'll be encountering a lot of different people.
Lastly, if evacuation is necessary, make sure everyone in your family knows where to go and have a plan for your pets, too. Devin Bartolotta, Eyewitness News.
All right, 8:56 here. Ida moving through the Gulf of Mexico and continuing to strengthen. 85-mile-per-hour sustained winds here, gusting to 100. The structure of it and the core has really come together, and we are expecting this to continue to intensify. And we still have it making landfall as a Cat 4 by tomorrow evening along the Louisiana coast. So here's the timeline for you, breaking it down. Showers will be around today. It'll be breezy at times. If you got to get the boat somewhere safe, it's going to be choppy, so be careful out on any waterways. Sunday morning, coastal impacts will start. They'll start late tonight, maybe by 2, 3 o'clock. We'll see some breezier conditions moving towards the mouth of the river that will spread up to the coastal areas. By tomorrow morning, tropical storm conditions will begin, and then that's when you really need to be either evacuated or hunkering down, depending on what you're doing here. And then the worst of it moving in throughout the late morning, afternoon near the coast. It'll be moving in late afternoon, evening, and overnight as we go across the rest of the area. So the worst of it looks like it will be by Sunday evening going into early Monday morning. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Good morning, and thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News. I'm Paul Dudley.
And I'm Sheba Turk. And on this Saturday, August 28th, of course, Southeast Louisiana preparing for Hurricane Ida. Many people are evacuating. We're taking a look at the twin spans right now. As you can see, traffic there as you make your way towards the Slidell area. We were looking earlier, Paul, at the cameras. If you were on I-10 West, headed past the airport out of the city, that traffic is absolutely horrific.
Luckily this looks okay here and traffic is moving, but as you mentioned, I-10 at Loyola near the airport, very bad. Also 310 at the spillway, also pretty bad as well.
Right, and a lot of people have been tweeting back. I've been trying to post you to keep you guys who are on social media trying to evacuate a look at the interstates. They've been asking, is contraflow going to go into effect? The governor said yesterday it is too late for that to happen. Here's that look at I-10 at Loyola, that standstill traffic we were talking about. And Mayor LaToya Cantrell says that it is too late for a mandatory evacuation in New Orleans. If you're staying in place, she's saying she wants you in place by midnight tonight.
Yeah, she says if you want to leave, the time is now, but if you can't get out, then it is best to shelter in place or hunker down, as the word is often used on storm coverage. Right now, 3 parishes are under a mandatory parish-wide evacuation. In Terrebonne Parish, the evacuation order went into effect at 6 o'clock this morning with a curfew set to start at 6 tonight. The Lafourche Parish mandatory evacuation started at 5 p.m. Parish officials say this is especially important for those low-lying areas, mobile homes and RVs. And St. Charles Parish also has a mandatory evacuation in effect right now. Residents must evacuate no later than 5 p.m. If you do choose to stay the mandatory evacuation through the mandatory evacuation, keep in mind that emergency crews may not be able to reach you until after the hurricane clears. And we've got a whole lot of information about these evacuation orders at our website, that of course WWLTV.com.
And you made a great point there, Paul. We always talk about this. You tell people to evacuate. If they stay, though, then those are the same people who sometimes want to call for help after the storm, and you're putting other lives in danger to come rescue you. So if you're in those evacuation zones, you should leave, Peyton.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got today to do it. By tonight, everyone needs to be getting to the places to where they're going to, if they aren't evacuating, they need to ride this out. And we're looking at Ida this morning. It's really come together. It's an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane. You can see there on satellite, it's starting to look like a hurricane. It's really organized, and it's moving northwest 16 miles per hour, sitting about 300, and we'll say about 380 miles southeast of the mouth of the river at this point. Here's what we're looking at here with the structure, and I want to point this out this morning because when we're looking for an intensifying hurricane, maybe a rapidly intensifying hurricane, what we look at here with our satellite, this is infrared satellite, you see these bright colors, these white colors, those are really high cloud tops, which means they're really intense thunderstorms. And whenever you get a lot of these white colors here rounding around the entire circulation, that means it's intensifying. We call them hot towers, which means they're really tall storms, and that is a sign that the storm is going to intensify. That's also how it starts to clear out that eye. So we're likely going to start to see at least a rugged center develop, or at least via satellite, over the coming hours, and then by this afternoon and evening, it's going to be close to becoming a major hurricane, we think. There's a track of it as of 4 a.m. We'll get our next track probably in the next 50 minutes or so you'll want to stay tuned here on Channel 4 for that. We will bring that live to you. Category 3 by tonight, Category 4 by tomorrow afternoon here, making landfall somewhere near sunset, all the way from Vermilion Bay to Plaquemines Parish, still could see landfall. There's no guarantee that it takes that center line. That's why the cone of uncertainty exists. And we're still saying if you're in Lafayette all the way to Mississippi, you could see significant impacts from this system. Of course, I just don't see a way that we're going to get out of seeing any impact at all from this. We're going to see an impact at this point. It seems like a guarantee that Southeast Louisiana is going to be dealing with a major hurricane. Now, it is going to slow down as well. There it is Sunday afternoon tomorrow. There it is Sunday night, 12 hours later, and then 24 hours later, it's here. So in 24 hours, it moves from the coast up to around Natchez, Mississippi, and it will slowly weaken, but it will be slowing down and making that turn. That also means this is going to be a big rainmaker for the east side. So we're talking all the threats you'd see with a major hurricane: significant storm surge, significant winds, and perhaps significant flooding from the rainfall. Let me break down the timing on when you got to get things wrapped up here. Today, showers will be around. It'll be breezy, but you can still get out there and do stuff. By tonight, we'll start to see some gusty winds near the coast, in the mouth of the river. Coastal impacts will start to pick up tomorrow morning. That's why the evacuations have started. You got to be out by today more than likely, because by tomorrow morning, it may be too dangerous to do anything down along the coast. We'll start to see more of an impact inland by tomorrow afternoon, and then really the worst of it near the coast and inland will start tomorrow evening as that eye moves in, and then through tomorrow night. This is going to be an overnight event for a lot of people, so you got to think about that. Do you want to sit in the dark without power, hearing 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts? Do you want to spend, it in the dark a couple days later when it's hot and humid? You got to make these decisions now. If you are trying to decide to evacuate, think about all of these things. And of course, if you're in a mandatory evacuation, go. We're talking about 15 feet of storm surge possible for locations near that center and east of it.
Thank you so much, Peyton. 9:05, and right now 3 parishes are under a mandatory parish-wide evacuation. One of those is St. Charles Parish. This morning, Parish President Matthew Jewell is joining us more with some of the preparations they've got going on. First, I want to ask you about those evacuation orders. Are people taking those seriously down there in St. Charles Parish?
Yeah, I believe that many of our residents are taking those orders seriously. In fact, yesterday, before we even called our recommended evacuation, I already had people who I know calling me, letting me know that they were going to go ahead and be proactive and get out of the way of the storm. So we are seeing people leave. Obviously, there are going to be people who stay. And for those people, we want them to expect the possibility that we could be without power for up to a week or more, and that with that would come interrupted services in sewer and water. Obviously, we're going to do whatever we can to keep those services running, but when you have no power throughout the parish, that can be really a difficult task to do without interruption.
And as you look at the forecast right now, Matthew, what are some of your biggest concerns for your parish?
Well, obviously, we're well within the cone of uncertainty here, and it's important to know that when we make our decisions here at the EOC to do a mandatory evacuation, we don't do it lightly, and we do it based off the best information that we can get from the National Weather Service and our local forecasters as well. So we understand that one slight little wobble to the east really puts us in a very, very bad position, and really causes a lot of damage throughout the parish. So we had to make that decision, and we had to do it with enough time to allow people to get out of the parish and to allow people who needed to be evacuated who didn't have the means to be evacuated to utilize our assisted evacuation.
And what type of preparations are being done in St. Charles Parish right now as we have a few hours before this storm makes landfall?
Yeah, so since pretty much Thursday, we've been doing some storm preparations, putting out HESCO baskets along Lower des Allemands. We'll be putting out tiger dams along Battle Lane and Baygosh Road today, just to bolster some of the lower portions of our levee system on the West Bank. And to answer your previous question, the main concern that we're having obviously is dangerous winds that could topple trees and bring power outages. We're also worried about storm surge. We're looking to potentially up to 15 feet of storm surge in a worst case scenario. Do I think we'll get 15 feet? No, I'm not as confident that we'll get 15 feet, but you just can't take that chance. And we know that our hurricane protection levy on the West Bank is at +7.5. So we have to make that call to evacuate people out of harm's way. So, and we understand that the storm surge is probably going to be with us for several days after the storm as it moves up and that wind is still blowing from south to north. Additionally, when you have the potential for 10+ inches of rain and even more rain in Baton Rouge, we understand that the basin that goes along by des Allemands goes pretty much all the way up to Donaldsonville, and that we will be receiving a lot of rain coming south, trying to drain out of that basin, while we also have a south wind. That's just a bad combination for us on the West Bank, especially in the des Allemands area.
Yeah, and if the parish got 15 feet of storm surge, could the parish handle that? And what kind of problems might you see if you've got that storm surge coupled with any excess rain as well?
We would definitely see overtopping of our levees. So obviously we do have some pumping capacity to be able to pump out water that overtops our levees. But if you're looking at 15 foot of storm surge and you only have 7.5 foot of protection, you can see where it would be pretty tough to keep up with that, no matter how many pumps you have.
All right, Matthew Jewell there at St. Charles Parish with some great information for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, well, as Hurricane Ida travels closer to Louisiana, we're tracking its every move. Peyton Malone will have the latest on Ida's path and details on when we could start seeing some heavy rain up next.
All right, just before 9:15, we continue to track Category 1 Hurricane Ida, 85-mile-per-hour winds. I want to break down each zone, so I'm going to go over about each parish here, so you want to stay tuned for your parish. And the most significant impacts with the current track are going to be in the white area here, so bayou parishes, river parishes, and creeping up on the metro. The metro is going to be that dividing line on where the most intense part of the hurricane is, and then where we start to see gradual improvements. But really, everyone is going to feel impacts from this system. We're all on the east side. All right, let's start with the North Shore. The current track does take it up towards Baton Rouge, so conditions will get worse as you head towards the west on I-12. Your main impacts on the North Shore are going to be Sunday night, we'll say late evening into the night, 6 to 10 inches of rainfall, winds on average 50 to 70 miles per hour. Those are sustained, but we could definitely see some gusts to 60 to 80, especially as you get towards Baton Rouge. And even towards Baton Rouge, there's been models spitting out 100+ mile per hour wind gust over there. So that's a look at Washington, St. Tammany, and Tangipahoa parishes. Your main threat's going to be for some heavy rainfall. The lake is going to rise about 4 to 7 feet. All right, for the metro area, Sunday evening through the night is going to be the worst of it, but we'll start to see conditions go downhill during the afternoon. 6 to 10 inches of rain in the metro, 60 to 70 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts anywhere between 80 to 100. The 100 mile per hour wind gust will depend on if that eye wall rides near the city. If it does, we could very well see winds of 100 miles an hour. The lake will rise about 4 to 7 feet, and we'll see 7 to 11 feet outside the levees. That's out here. So that's why we've got that mandatory evacuation outside the levee protection system. That's the metro. All right, let's go to the river parishes. We could see some significant wind up here. 100 mile per hour winds. That should be about 5 to 10 inches of rainfall. And your main impacts in the river parishes will start in the afternoon, but the worst will be the evening and overnight. The bayou parishes are probably going to get it the worst. Wind gusts, yeah, that's not a typo. 140 mile per hour, especially near the coast. Home at Thibodeau, probably closer to 100 to maybe up to 120 is certainly reasonable if this comes in as a Cat 4. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. That will inundate quite a bit of ways up into northern parts of Lafourche and Terrebonne. Plaquemine, St. Bernard could get some significant wind, 80 mile per hour, 7 to 15 feet. We'll see higher storm surge on this side of Plaquemines, but we're still going to see maybe 7 to 11 feet on the east bank of Plaquemines Parish and up into St. Bernard. Your worst impacts start tomorrow morning as tropical storm conditions move in, and it'll be worse during the afternoon and evening. Mississippi coast, 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. That is significant. 35 to 45 mile per hour sustained winds, 70 mile per hour gusts. So even though you might not experience hurricane conditions here, you're still going to have significant storm surge in South Mississippi, and that does have it getting above Highway 90 in a lot of locations, guys.
Peyton, I want to ask you while I've got you here.
Yeah.
Is there any evidence to support that this might be moving more to the west? And if so, how would that impact the metro area?
You know, we're going to see some minor fluctuations more than likely, and it is not a guarantee that it takes this line. I mean, think about a hurricane forecast. Does it ever actually ride right on that line? Absolutely not. Now, it can, but usually it does not. So if this thing even goes 25 to 50 miles to the east of this, we've got big problems in New Orleans, because you can imagine this 100 to 120 axis is going to move to the east. This is going to be a close call for New Orleans, and it's too close for comfort, to be honest. Now, on the other hand, you were asking about Lafayette. Maybe this goes a little bit further to the west. It's possible. It's possible this moves into Marsh Island, Vermilion Bay, and Lafayette. That means the 1 to 120 would switch this way, and we would see the roughest winds move away from New Orleans. So that's a possibility. I want you to also think about this. Regardless of any of those paths, we're pretty much going to be on the east side of this system, a Category 4 hurricane. We're all going to feel impacts in some way, shape, or form. The big question right now is, where does the eye come on shore? That will be the most devastating part of the storm, but everyone will at least feel at least some impact.
And is this going to be a slower moving storm once it makes landfall? I think whenever I hear of a slower moving storm, I think of Harvey, which was so devastating to the folks in Houston.
It is not going to be a Harvey. Okay. Harvey stalled out, but it is going to slow down a little bit. It's moving at 16 miles an hour. It'll be slowing down as it makes its turn. Not going to stall, but it is going to dump a lot of rain. We could see anywhere between 10 to 15 inches of rain.
All right. Thanks so much, Peyton.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Lafourche Parish currently has a mandatory evacuation in place. It started at 5 this morning. Parish President Archie Chasson spoke with Sheba Turk just a few minutes ago.
Well, as we mentioned at the top of the show, Lafourche Parish currently has a mandatory evacuation in place that went into effect at 5 o'clock this morning. And joining us to discuss that evacuation order and how Lafourche is preparing for Hurricane Ida is Parish President Archie Chasson. Archie, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Sheba. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. Tell us why you decided this mandatory evacuation was needed.
You know, this was very reminiscent yesterday for us most of the day about Hurricane Andrew. But when we got the call from the National Weather Service that they were going to intensify this to Category 4 or stronger, we made the decision to do the best we can to get our people out of here. Both of our shelters, both Central Lafourche High School and Thibodeau High, are rated for Category 4 storms, but we are asking you to please leave. This is not going to be a storm that you want to stay here for, and not something that we need to be playing around with.
Yeah, and I know this evacuation order just went into effect 2 hours ago, but so far, are people heeding the warning?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of reports, Sheba, about traffic either both ways, going east or west is backed up. So now's the time. If you're thinking about leaving, now's the time to get on the road. You know, the mandatory evacuation went into effect at 5 a.m. Didn't mean you had to be out of here by 5 a.m., but we wanted to be able to start people getting on the road. We're going to make some decisions later on this morning about curfews, and that will dictate exactly what time you need to be where you need to be, because we're going to begin to shut things down as weather deteriorates.
Sure, and certainly every area has specific areas that they're more concerned about than others. What are some of the areas that you are absolutely telling people you got to get out of here?
You know, anybody in a low-lying area, the community of Pointe-aux-Chenes, while we have really good levee systems and floodgates, all of which are closed and buttoned up, we're looking at 10 to 15 foot of storm surge, and that is not something that we have seen here in a very long time. So you couple that with the rain inside the levee system and us trying to get that water out with our pumps, maximizing our pump capacity. If you're in a low-lying area, a camper, a mobile home, or any type of structure that you don't think can survive 140 plus mile-an-hour winds, it's time to get in your car and it's time to find a place to go.
And then what about shelters? Did you mention shelters? Sorry if I missed that.
Yeah, so we have 2 shelters opening today at noon, Central Lafourche High School in Matthews and Thibodeau High School up in Thibodeau. Both of those shelters are rated for Category 4 storm, so we're comfortable at putting people in there. But remember, it's a shelter of last resort. This is not going to be the Hilton. You have to bring 3 to 5 days of clothes, water, food, something to sleep with or on. And remember, we are still in a COVID environment, so we're going to require masks and temperature checks at the door. Definitely.
You mentioned storm surge there. Is that your biggest concern at this point for the parish?
It is. You know, we have some great levee systems, especially in the South Lafourche area that are 18 foot. But it's still a scary thought when you think about that much water pounding you with that much wind and that much rain falling inside the system. Again, this is something that we have never really seen before. The last time we flooded significantly here was Hurricane Juan back in '85. And although we've made some tremendous improvements, the right storm on the right track, all bets are off, and this seems to be the one.
Sure, and all storms cause us some anxiety, some concern. Where is your concern level compared to last storm season? Did you feel this concerned about a storm?
I didn't. You know, I was telling people yesterday, yesterday afternoon, I was a 5 out of 10. This morning, I'm about a 7 out of 10. That Category 4 is the wind damage, the extended power outages are not going to be anything that we need to think lightly about. So again, if you're contemplating going, now's the time to get on the road. Now is the time to heed that mandatory evacuation warning and get out.
All right. Well, hopefully people are heeding those warnings. Archie, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we'll be speaking with you throughout this storm.
Good to see you, Sheba.
Good to see you too. Stay safe.
All right, just before 9:30, we'll get our next advisory in by 10 a.m. with the new track, but we'll have that for you when we get it. Let's talk about Ida. We'll be watching it today very closely to see how the structure evolves. It has developed a pretty good core, which means it will likely continue to strengthen today, and we do still have it rapidly intensifying. And if we can continue to get these storms firing around that center, you'll get an eye clearing out. So we'll wait and see what this does. We could have a major hurricane later today, but we'll be watching it very closely to see the trends. We do still think it becomes a Category 4 before landfall Sunday evening. So your timeline here is going to be winding down later today. Showers and storms today. It'll be breezy at times, but you'll have enough, you'll be able to get out there and finish anything you got to do or evacuate. Coastal impacts start tonight, but by tomorrow morning, tropical storms conditions will be felt along our coast. That'll spread up through the area throughout Sunday afternoon. And the worst of it Sunday evening and into Sunday night. That's when you need to be hunkering down, and you really need to be to where you need to be. Probably by tonight is best, but latest tomorrow morning. Inland. Afternoon, evening are going to get rough across the area as Ida moves on in. And then after Ida moves on through, we'll still see some impacts through parts of Monday. I think late Monday things improve, but by Tuesday, it's going to be hot. We're going to be humid. That's what you expect after a hurricane in August. So we got to use today to prepare and hunkering down by tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. The city of New Orleans has called for an 11:15 press conference, so we will show you that press conference right here on Channel 4. Stick with us. Right now, we want to get to the latest on Ida. Let's get over to Michelle Morgan, who's watching that. And we're going to get an update at 10 o'clock, right, Michelle?
Yeah, that's right. We'll get the newest track. But right now, I've been keeping a close eye on Hurricane Ida, really getting its act together as it churns through the Gulf of Mexico. And you can see that eye is trying to form there. We're looking at that convection really bursting around the center of the storm, and it will continue to intensify throughout the rest of the day and also the afternoon hours. So again, right now, when we're looking at maximum sustained winds, we're looking at 85-mile-per-hour winds. But notice the wind gust so much stronger at 100-mile-per-hour winds, and we're continuing this trend to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. So right now it's about 385 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the river, and again, it's going to continue that northwest track before making that turn as we approach Sunday evening. So it is going to rapidly intensify. Again, we have the warm water, limited wind shear, little to no wind shear rather, and it is expected to strengthen into a Category 2 hurricane later on this afternoon, no surprise, and then eventually making landfall somewhere along the southeast Louisiana coastline as early as Sunday afternoon, potentially Sunday evening, bringing tropical impacts to our area. So that includes tropical rainfall, heavy rainfall, and we're looking at strong winds, damaging winds across the area, which may lead to widespread power outages and dangerous storm surge. Once on land, it will continue to gradually weaken, but notice Monday morning, still a Category 2 hurricane. So we are looking at somewhat of a long-lived storm as we're looking at those strong winds, and then it will be banging to the northeast as early as Tuesday morning. So parish by parish, taking a look at the North Shore, we're looking at timing Sunday night, rain between 6 to 10 inches of rainfall, which could potentially cause flooding across the area. Winds, sustained winds between 40 to 60 miles per hour with stronger wind gusts, of course, and storm surge along Lake Pontchartrain between 4 to 7 feet. As we take a look at the metro area, again, rainfall between 6 to 10 inches, winds between 60 to 70 plus, of course, wind gusts stronger than that, and storm surge between 4 to 7 feet, and of course, along the lake there, Lake Bourne, between 7 to 11 feet. Now, the river parishes, we're looking at rainfall between 1 to 3 inches of rain, and then winds rather strong between 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. And our bayou parishes, again, will really see the impact of this storm. We're looking at rain between 5 to 10 inches, potentially higher than that. But notice the storm surge 10 to 15 feet along our coastal communities. As we head to St. Bernard and Plaquemines parishes, winds between 45 to 55 miles per hour with stronger wind gusts and storm surge between 7 to 15 feet. And as we take a look at the Mississippi coast, timing Sunday night into Monday, rain between 4 to 8 inches, and then storm surge between 7 to 11 feet along our coastal areas. So today, again, we are looking at a marginal flash flooding risk rather, because we're looking at isolated downpours. But as we head into tomorrow, notice much of the area will see the highest flash flooding risk. So we are looking at that flooding risk throughout much of tomorrow, and we'll get to the wind gust and also the storm surge rather coming up in a little bit.
The bayou parishes are bracing for impact as Hurricane Ida could make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. They expect to feel the effects by tomorrow morning at this time. Mike McDaniel is joining us live from Houma, where evacuation orders were put into place yesterday. Mike, what's the situation like now as we've been coming to you the last few hours here? Anything changed?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Paul, when you talk about those impacts that you were just mentioning expected to be felt here, when you look around, you look up at the sky, the sun's out, it is a beautiful morning here in Terrebonne Parish. You really wouldn't guess what's coming down the pipe. But you can see behind me, there are folks unpacking their cars with their belongings. There's some evacuees looking to get on one of these buses to head to Monroe. Several buses have already left, headed to Monroe to the Civic Center, because that's where the parish is going to be housing some people. We have seen a steady stream of folks just coming in and out of H.L. Bourgeois High School, where we are, getting ready to get processed and then be a part of this. One of those people is Ronald Johnson over here to my right. He's from Thibodaux. He and his family are about to head there. So, you talk about this evacuation process. What's it been like for you up until this point?
It's been really hard, trying to stay focused with everybody, going crazy over this hurricane. I would like to say everybody stay positive and stay focused, And it's going to be hard, but everybody has to come together, not in just one, but like the whole world, It don't just affect one person, it affects all of us.
And how many people are with you?
I'm traveling. Well, me and my girl, I'm gonna say that, and her family. But, you know, it's gonna be, I just wanna know everybody be safe out there, you know, and a prayer might help, you know. Anybody can help us is God, and that's the only person that can turn this thing around if it's possible. And I'm just hoping, you know, because we're a small town, and, you know, we're not that big. So that's gonna destroy us, really. But the only thing it can do is make us strong as it is.
And what was it that made you decide to go ahead and evacuate? Or at any point did you decide you thought you may want to stay?
You have to be serious. This is weather. It's not like, no, it's just rain. It's a hurricane. Say that it's not just, you know, one thing. It's everything coming at us. We don't know what's coming. And it's a category 4. That's not like 1 or 2. That's 4. That's hard. Then Katrina hit us. That messed us up even more. And then this coming, it wouldn't be safe at all.
We certainly hope you stay safe and safe travels to Monroe, Ronald. Appreciate it, my friend. Take care. And of course, these bus drivers that are taking these folks up to Monroe, they're all with the school district. A lot of them chose to be a part of this because they said they just want to help their community in a time of need. Live in Terrebonne Parish, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. A wise young man there. We want to take a live look now at Grand Isle. Well, of course, things are still very quiet this morning, but this is always an area of concern anytime a storm makes its way to Louisiana. Grand Isle has already issued a mandatory evacuation there, and we will continue to monitor the situation. To learn more about Jefferson Parish and how they're preparing for Hurricane Ida, we turn now to Councilmember Ricky Template. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Ricky, are you with us? All right, guys. I think we are waiting for Ricky to still join us, but in Jefferson Parish again, we're looking here at Grand Isle, which is one of the areas under a mandatory evacuation that's in effect for the low-lying areas of Jefferson. Ricky, can you hear me now?
I'm here.
Hey there. We're just checking in. Yeah, we're checking in to see how preparations are going. I was just saying, of course, there's a mandatory evacuation for low-lying areas like Grand Isle, which we're showing on the screen right now. How are things going?
Doing fine. I want to thank y'all so much for keeping our constituents and listeners informed. Right now, it's a beautiful morning here in Grand Isle. We have winds roughly about 10 miles an hour out of the east. And the good part about it, people have listened and heeded the warnings. About 90% or plus have left and evacuated Grand Isle. And it's quiet here right now.
That's definitely a good thing. And of course, those other low-lying areas under a mandatory evacuation as well, Crown Point, Jean Lafitte, Lower Lafitte. Have you heard anything from those areas as far as evacuations?
Yes, I actually just got off the phone with Mayor Kerner. The evacuation is still mandatory in Crown Point, Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, and Barrett-Tarrier. People are basically heeding the warnings there as well. They're also doing some flood fighting ahead of time, with sandbags being placed to try to combat tidal surges.
That's definitely a good thing. They're taking heed of those warnings there. What about for people under the voluntary evacuation in Jefferson Parish? What are the sense you're getting from them?
Well, you know, people forget that Jefferson Parish encompasses from the Gulf of Mexico all the way to Lake Pontchartrain and Kenner and Metairie. So naturally, we're watching the forecast for tidal surge off of Lake Pontchartrain in those areas as well. There is a voluntary evacuation for the parish as a whole. People have taken notice of that, and some people have evacuated. And actually, that helps protect their life. You know, and we recommend that if you can get out, take the opportunity now to get out while you can, while the weather is nice.
Sure, and you're saying that as we show the traffic cameras of people trying to leave the city right now. Traffic is terrible already if you're on I-10 West trying to get out of the city. Are you hearing folks in that voluntary evacuation zone saying they're going to stay in place? That's what I'm hearing from a lot of my friends in the Kenner and Metairie area. They feel like they'll be okay. And then as we look at the interstates, we see a lot of other people trying to leave. What would you tell someone who's on the fence at this point?
Well, let me just say this. You know, each individual has to calculate their own risk. But if you can get out, look, services, if the storm has to take a jog to the east and affects us directly, and we have 120-mile-an-hour winds impacting Jefferson Parish as a whole, you're going to have more than just power outages. You're going to have structural damage, power outages. Your water could be interrupted. So if you can leave, leave. Make sure your family is safe. There's nothing more important than life and limb, and property can be replaced. So, if you can leave, leave. If not, at one point, you're just going to have to hunker down. Make sure you got your medications, your water, your supplies, as well as make sure you check your drains. Right now the parish is cleaning as many drains as it can, canals, pumping down waterways. But citizens need to pay attention and address some of the drains in front of their own homes, and that would be a great help.
Sure, we all got to do our part. All right, Ricky Templett, we'll talk to you again throughout this storm. Stay safe until we check back in with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And as the storm moves through, we rely on your help to inform us about what's happening in your neighborhood. So we're asking you to send us photos and videos of damage. Of course, we want you to be safe as you do that. Our Devin Bartolotta has some tips for doing that.
Hello to our citizen journalists. We want to show you the best and the easiest way to get your pictures and videos to us here at Channel 4 so we can get the information out to people who need it as soon as we can. First off, only take pictures and videos if it is safe to do so. Secondly, make sure you're taking pictures and videos horizontally, long ways like this, not vertically. It just looks better on TV and on your computer that way. When you have something you'd like to share, open up the WWL TV app and scroll down to Submit Here. It's very easy to upload, but make sure you tell us exactly where the photo was taken so we can accurately report conditions in those areas. You can also text us photos to 504-529-4444. Be sure to include the location and anything else we need to know. We thank you for being an extra set of eyes and ears as we cover Louisiana. Thank you so much and stay safe.
All right, Devin, thank you so much for that. And if you are not evacuating today, then of course you need to be preparing for this hurricane. You want to have a storm kit together. You want to be able to turn to it for necessities when it's unsafe to leave your home. You want to have enough food and water for at least a few days for each person in the household. If you have babies, you want to have diapers, milk, and formula. You should also have medications and supplies. Make sure that all of your electronics are charged and keep a portable charger on hand as well. You'll also want some cash because, of course, if there's no power, then you can't use your credit cards. If you have pets, you want to bring them inside. Make sure they have enough food and a safe place to sleep. And if you are needing gas for your generator or your car, you're going to want to go do that now because we heard of gas stations as early as yesterday running out of gas.
Definitely good advice there. And a generator is a popular item to turn to when a storm causes power outages, but generators can be very dangerous if they're not handled properly. This can lead to carbon monoxide poisoning, which kills more than 400 Americans each year, according to the CDC. So here's some tips. Never use a generator inside of your home or garage. It should always be placed outside in a well-ventilated area. A generator should also be at least 20 feet from your home. It's also a good idea to double check that the exhaust is pointed away from any vents that lead into your home. And if you just bought the generator, follow the instructions when setting it up. And we'll be right back with more in a minute.
Alrighty, welcome back. Time now. It is 9:46, and we continue to monitor Hurricane Ida really getting its act together as we take a look at the satellite imagery in that enhanced mode. Really starting to see those thunderstorms really bursting around the center of the storm, and an eye is trying to form. So we do expect this storm to continue to intensify as it churns over the Gulf of Mexico. So right now, latest information, and we'll have the new update coming up shortly. But as of right now, we are looking at winds packing at 85 miles per hour with wind gusts of 100 miles per hour, moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. Again, it is a Category 1 hurricane, and it is expecting to strengthen into a Category 2 hurricane later on today. Again, all the factors are there for this thing to continue to intensify. The warm sea surface temperature is also not a whole lot of wind shear to rip it apart, and eventually this system will intensify into a Category 4 hurricane before making landfall somewhere along southeast Louisiana. But so far, the center of this storm will be close enough to the metro area and southeast Louisiana where we will definitely feel the impacts of this storm. And when we're talking about tropical impacts, we're looking at heavy tropical rain across the area, which will lead to flooding and damaging winds that will also lead to widespread power outages. And many areas, especially along the coastal areas, will see between 7, even 15 feet of storm surge, which is devastating, especially along our bayou parishes. So talking about parishes, we'll go ahead and go through the parishes one by one here. So North Shore, we're looking at Sunday night where you'll start really starting to feel the effects of Ida. Rainfall between 6 to 10 inches, and we're looking at winds between 50 to 70 mile per hour winds with stronger wind gusts. Storm surge around Lake Pontchartrain between 4 to 7 feet. As we head to the metro New Orleans area, timing Sunday evening through the overnight hours, and the rainfall between 6 to 10 inches and winds between 60, 70, even 80 mile per hour sustained winds with higher wind gusts, and along the lake storm surge between 4 to 7 feet or even up to 11 feet of storm surge. As we head to the river parishes, timing Sunday evening, and rainfall between 5 to 10 inches, and some areas isolated might see a little bit more than that, and strong winds between 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. Notice the wind gust 100 miles per hour. So we're definitely anticipating widespread power outages along these parishes, and then storm surge between 3 to 7 feet again along the lakes. Now as we head to our bayou parishes, again, this is where we'll really see the brunt of the storm. Timing Sunday morning through the evening, rainfall between 5 to 10 inches and potentially higher than that, and winds 110 to 130 mile per hour winds sustained. Notice the wind gust 140, could be 145 mile per hour winds, and storm surge between 10 to 15 feet. As we head to St. Bernard and Plaquemines parishes, timing Sunday morning through the evening, rainfall between 4 to 8, winds 45 to 55 miles per hour, and then storm surge between 7 to 15 feet. Again, we're looking at devastating storm surge along those coastal areas. As we head to southern Mississippi, again, we're looking at Sunday evening through Monday morning, rainfall between 4 to 8 inches, which could potentially lead to flooding, and then along our coastal areas between 7 to 11 feet. So I do want to mention, even though the forecast cone is expected to, as you can see right here, the forecast projection coming through our area, the forecast wind gusts will extend well away from the center of the storm. So portions of southeast Louisiana, even Alabama, will feel winds from Ida as it makes landfall as we head into Sunday afternoon before it heads out to the northeast. So when we're talking about timing, we'll see spotty showers throughout the rest of the day. Tonight, I do expect along the coastal areas we'll start to feel the outer rain bands. We're looking at moderate to heavy rain, and those winds will really start to pick up. As we head into the overnight hours, I do expect tropical storm force winds through much of the area, and then Ida making landfall sometime Sunday afternoon. The winds will get strong, of course, when the eye wall makes landfall, and again the strongest winds located along the eye wall, and we're looking at the heaviest rain north and east of the system as it continues to churn over southeast Louisiana, and it is going to bring a whole lot of rain with this system. And then eventually we're looking at Sunday evening through Sunday night, Monday morning and Monday afternoon before we really start seeing Ida moving out of the area as we head into your Tuesday. So I do expect the weather conditions to improve Tuesday morning. I do want to mention as well too, again, The tropical models or the computer models, pretty good consensus, but again, if the center of the storm jogs to the east, we'll really start feeling the impacts of the system because the winds will be stronger, and we're also looking at a little bit more rain. So again, the forecast will continue to evolve as we get more information, but the bottom line, tropical impacts will begin tonight and landfall as a major hurricane later on tomorrow afternoon. Right now, the weather's okay. I am tracking a few spotty downpours, but overall, across southeast Louisiana, not too bad. If you have any plans you need to get in place, you need to get it down pack right now because we are running out of time. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Again, 86 today, not too bad. We're looking at spotty downpours throughout the rest of the afternoon. We'll start feeling the impacts later on tonight. Full impacts tomorrow. We're talking about damaging winds and heavy rainfall across southeast Louisiana. Alrighty, the newest update just came out, and Hurricane Ida is still holding winds at 85 miles per hour, but the wind gusts a bit stronger at 105 miles per hour. So this thing is continuing to intensify as we are anticipating that is moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. And eye is trying to form. Again, it is gaining that strength because it's moving over very warm sea surface temperatures. And not only that, we're looking at little to no wind shear. So it is moving into a favorable environment. As we get into later on today, today, or later on tonight rather, it is expected to intensify into a Category 3 hurricane with winds of 115 miles per hour, and then eventually strengthening into a Category 4 hurricane as early as tomorrow morning, and then making landfall along the southeast Louisiana coastline as a major hurricane, a Cat 4, with winds of 130 miles per hour. So when we're talking about tropical impacts, we're looking at heavy tropical rain across southeast Louisiana, dangerous storm surge, and also damaging winds across the area throughout much of tomorrow.
Good morning, and thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News. I'm Paul Dudley.
And I'm Sheba Turk. If you were evacuating ahead of Hurricane Ida, we want to show you how the interstate looks right now, because a lot of people have been asking us this question on social media, Paul, and it does not look good if you're headed out of the city.
It does not look good at all.
Take a look at that bottom left-hand side of your screen. That's the worst traffic. That's I-10 at Loyola. If you're on I-10 West about to get on the spillway and head out of the city, and so many people are going this way because we've been saying a good place to evacuate is Houston, but you are going to be on the interstate for hours.
And Sheba, the other thing we're hearing about is gas shortages across the city. There have been gas stations that have actually been running out of gas, so that is another problem we're looking at this morning.
Definitely. All right, guys, we'll continue to monitor that situation, but we do have the latest track on Ida, so let's get right over to Peyton. What are we seeing in this latest update?
No significant changes here. We still got a Category 1 as of 10 a.m. It is strengthening, though. Although the winds haven't changed, it's strengthening. Sometimes the winds have to catch up to that strengthening process. Gust to 105, so that's a little bit higher. Moving northwest at the same speed, 16 miles an hour. It's now 350 miles southeast of the mouth of the river. Pressure down to 984 millibars. All right, here's the latest track. We continue to have it strengthening as we go through today. We have it as a major hurricane by this afternoon or evening. And then here's the landfall by tomorrow evening as a major Category 4 hurricane. If you've been watching, they did have it at 140. We have it at 130 now. That 10 miles an hour is not going to make a difference on how you prepare for this or if you decide to evacuate. Do not let that change how we've been talking about this. The intensity from the models has trended a little bit lower, but there's really not a difference when you're talking about a Category 4, 130 miles an hour or 140 miles an hour. The trend has been for it, yes, staying in Terrebonne Parish, moving up through here to the northwest, and then it will slow down a little bit as it makes that turn. Here it is at 7 p.m. tomorrow, making landfall, 7 a.m. So in 12 hours, it goes from the coast all the way up to just north of Baton Rouge, and in 24 hours, it's up just to it's kind of in the Jackson area. So it's not going to move tremendously fast, but it is going to be moving. So we're talking all the significant impacts you expect from a Category 4. Storm surge, still 10 to 15 feet. Heavy rainfall, 10 to 15 inches, and winds could gust over 140 miles per hour near landfall. And I will say New Orleans is on that dividing line of we're either going to see really significant winds over 100 miles per hour or they're going to stay just to the west of the metro. Either way, I can't guarantee either one of those scenarios happen. All it takes is for Ida to take a 20 miles jog to the east, and you've got the worst winds coming into parts of the metro. So that's why we're pounding this message that this is going to be a significant storm. There's still just questions on how close to the highest winds get to New Orleans. Bayou parishes, it still does not look good for you. River parishes, it looks like you're going to get a big wind event, 100-mile-per-hour winds, and then big rainfall totals will continue. So overall, we haven't seen really any changes with this 10 a.m. update with regard to the timing and with regard to it being a major hurricane.
So much, Peyton. Right now, Tangipahoa Parish is under a hurricane warning. President Robbie Miller is joining us with the latest. And President Miller, I just want to ask you, are there any mandatory evacuations in place, or is it still voluntary for Tangipahoa Parish right now?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for letting us come on WBL and talk to our citizens. Our evacuations are recommended for anyone south of Highway 22 because especially if you're in the low-lying areas that's tended to flood in the past, especially with the amount of rain we're expecting and the storm surge. Obviously, those areas are susceptible to being problems.
So is this the southern part of the parish there?
That's correct. Highway 22 is the most southern highway that runs across the parish through Ponchatoula. So below Ponchatoula is probably the best way to put it out in Beta Cove.
And would you say that a lot of people in those flood-prone areas are leaving right now?
I think some of them, it looks like they were getting folks to listen and that they're moving to family and friends right now. Our shelters will open this evening at 6, and that's at Kentwood High, all the way in Kentwood, Amite High, or Hammond West Side. And we're asking that, obviously if you can go to a family or friend, it's a little more comfortable there. COVID restrictions might not be so bad at a family or friend's house because we do have to make sure we keep COVID protocol going at the shelter.
And I do want to ask you about that. What changes are you making because of COVID when it comes to evacuations?
Well, there's, obviously there's issues with, we have to make sure we, keep distance as much as possible, hand sanitizers, mask. We're not doing anything as far as finding out, vaccinated, not vaccinated, although, keeping family members together or, close people that have been around each other should stay together, and we'll do our best there. On another note of shelters, if you have pets, we will identify your pet, match that pet to you, and then your pet will go to our animal shelter and be taken care of during the storm.
And as you look at this storm track, President Miller, where is your level of concern right now? I know you have been a part of so many different storms and preparing for so many different storms. Last year alone, we prepared for so many different ones. Where is your level of concern right now as you take a look at Ida's track?
Well, I think our biggest concern is the track that it's been on since the first National Hurricane Center report yesterday, or a couple of days ago, has it going just to the west of us, which is the worst place to be, as everyone knows. The projections with over 110-mile-an-hour winds throughout the whole parish. We went over to Lake Charles last year to help out and saw the devastation there. It's a good plus because it helps us know what we need to get ready for, but it's also not a good plus because you know what you have to get ready for. It's very the wind can be so damaging. Our concern too is that the river, Tangipahoa River, with the lake pushed in like it is, and as much rain as being projected,
Yeah.
then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we have to start worrying about the river flooding, backing up because it can't leave with the lake being pushed in.
Well, we are
so
running
we
out of
have some work on our hands.
Yeah, no, definitely. I appreciate you being with us. We're running out of time here, so I got to end our conversation. But thank you so much. That's Robbie Miller, president there at Tangipahoa Parish. Thank you so much.
All the Bayou parishes are bracing for the impact of Hurricane Ida, which could make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. They're expecting to feel those first impacts by tomorrow morning at this time, so they're preparing now. Mike McDaniel has been at Houma all morning long, where residents are evacuating. And Mike, what's the latest there?
Yeah, there has been a constant stream of people evacuating, or evacuees here at H.L. Bourgeois High School in need of help evacuating. So the parish has enlisted the help of school bus drivers to take all of these people to Monroe, to the Civic Center there. You can see behind me, some are still waiting to get on the bus. The first bus here has already been loaded down with folks and their belongings and even some pets. There's a bus behind that. Some other folks are about to get on that as well. Several buses have already left with evacuees and the belongings they brought with them. We caught up with a woman named Chantel Bro a little earlier. She lives here in Houma. Including her, there are 8 people in her family getting ready to load up on one of these buses and head out. She told me this is an exhausting process, but one she knows there's no dodging. The last time she evacuated was back in 2008. That was for Hurricane Ike. With Hurricane Ida now expected to be a Category 4 storm when it hits Terrebonne Parish, she knew it was time to start packing.
It's tiresome, and I really don't want to go, but I have no other choice because we're close to the Gulf. I live in a mobile home, so I had to get out. There's no other choice. They said it's mandatory evacuation because people in the mobile homes and low-lying areas will have to get out. So guess what? I'm taking my kids and we gone.
And so are a lot of other people as well. These buses are being driven, as we mentioned, by bus drivers from the district. And the ones that we spoke to earlier today told me they didn't think twice about saying yes to this mission because they knew what was at stake and they knew their community needed them. Again, there is a mandatory evacuation order in place here in Terrebonne Parish. That also includes Lafourche and St. Charles Parish. Here in Terrebonne, there is also a 6 p.m. curfew that goes into effect tonight. And the sheriff says his officers will be out patrolling. Of course, this mission, or this process will continue throughout the day as needed, as folks continue to fill up these buses and then head to Monroe. Right now, there's no timetable on exactly when they may come back. That was some of the fears of some of the evacuees that we spoke to, but they're hoping it's no more than just a few days. We hope that too. Live in Terrebonne Parish, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
Mike McDaniel there in Houma. Thank you so much. Still to come on the Eyewitness Morning News, Peyton Malone will have the latest on Ida's path and details on when we could start seeing the impacts from it. Next.
Good morning. It is 10:12 here. We are looking at the latest advisory from Hurricane Ida as of 10 a.m. 85-mile-per-hour hurricane. It is intensifying, though, although those winds really don't reflect it just yet. Those will likely continue to go up today. Northwest movement at 16. So if you missed it, here is the latest track. Really no changes at this point. We have it still strengthening to a major Category 4, making landfall somewhere either from Vermilion Bay over towards Plaquemines Parish. It's still honing in on Terrebonne Parish at this point, leaving the worst impacts near that center and then making its way up, and it's kind of slowing down here, but making its way up to the north. So in about 24 hours, it'll travel from here to here. So it's going to be moving, but it's going to slow down just a little bit. So the impacts from this will start to be felt by tomorrow morning near the coast and will continue to increase across the area all the way through Sunday night. Let's talk about impacts here. These are what everyone needs to know. Storm surge still looks like it's going to be pretty devastating for areas near the center and east of it. There is the center line right now. That would put a lot of water into Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, 10 to 15 feet. That also includes down into lower Jefferson, think Grand Isle, and up towards Lafitte and Jean Lafitte. Now, if you're on the east bank of Plaquemines and St. Bernard, Lake Bourne, New Orleans outside the levee protection system, 7 to 11 feet. Also 7 to 11 feet over in Mississippi. That's pretty substantial. That would get over Highway 90 in nearly every single location in Harrison and Hancock counties. For the lake right here, 4 to 7 feet. That hasn't changed. And then 3 to 5 feet over in Lake Maurepas. You got to remember, with the storm coming in here, the winds are going to be out of the northeast and the east. So you got water piling in on this side of the lake. Some of our high storm surge could be in lower Tangi and over into parts of St. John Parish. So think Laplace and areas like that. So that's the latest on storm surge. Now with the system making that turn and slowing down just a little bit, it's going to be a heavy rainmaker, and it could honestly start raining tomorrow evening and rain all night long. So we're talking a flooding threat that's going to be in the overnight hours here. And you can see there on average 6 to 10 inches looks like a good bet. Some places could see up to 15 inches. That would cause major problems, not only with flooding in New Orleans and around the street flooding, river flooding. We got to watch that. You get that lake rising, the water can't drain out of the river, so that will only make the river flooding worse, and that could linger for days after the storm leaves. So we'll be watching that and watching our rivers closely. If you live near a river that floods on the North Shore, you need to be preparing for worst case scenario. Winds are also going to be rough here. Now, I will say there's going to be such a fine line on New Orleans seeing significant winds and manageable winds. I can guarantee you there's going to be power outages all over the place. That's almost a guarantee with the forecast like this. The worst winds will be near the coast and landfall. So think Port Fourchon, Cocodrie, Chauvin. You could see winds over 140 miles per hour. These are gusts, but they're still significant. As you get towards Houma, Thibodaux, Morgan City, 100 to 120. That could linger all the way up into the river parishes, Reserve, Letcher, Gramercy. Towards Gonzales, Baton Rouge could see 100-mile-per-hour wind gust, and New Orleans will be on that dividing line on perhaps 80 to 100, depending on how that center goes. If this track shifts a little further this way, we got problems in New Orleans. North Shore will say 70 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and Mississippi 50 to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm talking about that eye wall, and I'm talking about it's going to be such a close call for New Orleans because it all depends on where that center goes. You got to realize if this thing changes 20 miles, it shifts 20 miles to the east, it pushes those strongest winds into the metro. It stays 20 miles to the west, then maybe we miss out on the worst. I don't think Thibodaux, Houma, up along the river really has a scenario where you're not going to see significant winds. But here's what I'm talking about here. This is by tomorrow afternoon into the evening. Let me back this up really quick because I really want to give you a timeline on when this is going to go downhill fast. So this is around 2, 3, 4 a.m. We got tropical storm winds encroaching on the coast. Could get up to around 40, 50 mile per hour after midnight. So it'll start to get breezy down there along the coast after midnight. Now, as we go into 9, 10, 11 o'clock, here come the hurricane force wind gusts approaching the coast. This is tomorrow morning, 10, 11 o'clock, okay? That's why you got to wrap things up with preparations along the coast pretty soon. Now, as we go into the afternoon, there it is making landfall. Excuse me. And they have it a little bit earlier, and this model's a little bit faster. Excuse me, with the landfall itself. So you're looking at maybe the roughest winds moving in through the afternoon hours for Thibodaux and Houma. That right there are going to be over 110 mile per hour wind gusts. And if that track, as I mentioned, if it tracks more on the eastern side of this cone, then that means that eye wall is going to move through parts of the New Orleans metro. This is where the eye wall is. Remember, it surrounds the center of the hurricane. That's where the eye would be. If the eye tracks a little bit further this way, all these strong winds move over the metro. Hammond, you get more winds. Slidell would get more winds. So there's still a lot of uncertainty, and we can't guarantee you that New Orleans is going to miss out on those roughest winds. I can't guarantee you the North Shore is going to miss out on those roughest winds. So power outages at this point, I can almost guarantee them across our area. Models are still doing what they've been doing the past couple of days, locking in right here on Terrebonne Parish. And of course, there's always going to be some uncertainty, and I don't think we're going to see any huge fluctuations at this point. It looks like it's coming to southeast Louisiana. It's just that fine detail of where does that eye make landfall. Minor adjustments in that are going to have big changes and impacts. So that's what we'll be watching, and that's why if you live down here, you got to be preparing for this major hurricane. Impacts will start by tonight along the coast, spread up over the area through the afternoon, and even linger through Sunday night. We'll be right back.
Should be checking on their loved ones today to make sure they're prepared for this storm. You want to have a plan in place for your pets as well. So joining us now to discuss how you can do this is Anna Zarilla. She's the CEO of the Louisiana SPCA. Thank you so much for joining us. And I know you guys have a lot of animals at the shelter to take care of. So let's start there. How are you guys doing with taking care of those pets? Are you evacuating them?
So we have evacuated over 120 animals in the last 24 hours. From our New Orleans facility, our Belle Chase Plaquemines campus, and then we've partnered with Terrebonne Parish that has a mandatory evacuation to help move their animals as well out of harm's way. We have moved all of the adoptable animals, so those we know are out of state are going to find great homes and are not going to be coming back. Those that are with us, we're going to hunker down and take care of those guys until the storm is over. And we have a team that is here and prepared and ready to respond after the storm to whatever the community needs are.
So how many animals do you guys have left there with you?
So I don't have an exact count, but probably about 100 that are on site. And those are animals that could not move because they're sick or they're still in their stray period. And so we're continuing to provide medical care and make sure that all of the animals have all of the care that they need while they're here.
And what about for folks who are evacuating and can't take their pets with them? Are you guys accepting pets?
So unfortunately, none of the shelters in South Louisiana are able to receive pets right now. We are closed. Jefferson Parish, St. Charles, Terrebonne have all closed our shelters in order to be able to prepare and be ready for the rescue or response work that's needed after. So it's really important that the public take your pets with you if you are evacuating. If for some reason you feel like, you know, your family's overwhelmed, you're not going to be able to long-term keep your pet, then we're asking you just to hold on to that pet until the storm has passed. And at that point, come and work with us and we will, you know, gladly help you at that point. We just can't take in any more right now to ride out the storm in our facilities.
Gotcha.
So it's really important that people are prepared and take their pets.
Right, and that's the key. People have to be prepared and have a plan for their pets as well as for themselves.
Absolutely, and that's what we've been messaging every year since June 1 is make sure you've got food, medication, and identification on your pet. If you have a microchip, make sure that number is, or that you contacted the microchip company to check your email and phone number. Just in case you and your pet get separated, we want to make sure we can reunite you.
All right, all great advice, Anna Zarilla. Good luck riding out this storm. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Just before 10:30, we're continuing to track Hurricane Ida, and while it looks like it's strengthening, the winds really have not responded yet. Sometimes the winds take a little bit longer to respond as the system strengthens. So as 10 a.m., we had 85-mile-per-hour winds. That will likely start to go up now. And I can tell you just the presentation of this thing, it is much more impressive than it was down in the Caribbean. Of course, it's moving through the warm Gulf waters. We're probably going to start to get an eye clearing out as we go through the rest of today, and we do have it still forecast to make landfall as a Cat 4. The center line is still kind of in Terrebonne Parish, but all the way from Vermilion Bay to Plaquemines Parish are still within the realm of possibilities of seeing a direct
landfall. So your time is running out to prepare or evacuate, but we've still got the rest of today. Showers will be around today. Be careful out there with a little bit of rain there. It'll be a little breezy if you got to get out on the boat and move it somewhere. By tomorrow morning, we got tropical storm conditions moving into the coast. By tomorrow afternoon, it could start to get pretty rough for our coastal areas, and then that will continue to spread inland as we go throughout the late afternoon, into the evening, and into Sunday night. A lot of this is going to be moving in through Sunday night. So you're talking about power outages, the potential for heavy rainfall with this flooding, and of course the winds and storm surge. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Good morning, and thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News. I'm Paul Dudley.
And I'm Sheba Turk, and we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Ida as it makes closer to landfall. Mandatory evacuations are currently in effect for some parishes. In New Orleans, though, Mayor LaToya Cantrell decided yesterday it was too late to issue a mandatory evacuation, so instead she is encouraging a voluntary evacuation.
And we should learn more about the city's plans coming up at 11:15 when they hold a press conference that'll be live right here on WWL. Right now, we know that 3 parishes are under a mandatory parish-wide evacuation. In Terrebonne Parish, the evacuation order went into effect at 6 o'clock this morning with a curfew set to start at 6 tonight. The Lafourche Parish mandatory evacuation started at 5 a.m. Parish officials say this is especially important for those low-lying areas, including mobile homes and RV parks. And in St. Charles Parish, they also have a mandatory evacuation. Right now, residents must evacuate no later than 5 p.m. If you do choose to stay despite the mandatory evacuation, keep in mind that emergency crews may not be able to reach you until after the hurricane clears. For more information on evacuation orders that are not parish-wide, such as Plaquemines Parish, you can check out our website. That, of course, WWLTV.com. The 10:32, and we want to get right over to, I believe we have Michelle Morgan with more on the latest track of Ida.
And that's right. We continue to track Ida this morning, and through the progression of the show, this thing is really getting its act together here. And taking a look at the satellite imagery, a really nice presentation of this system, and an eye wall is trying to form as it moves over the very warm water of the Gulf of Mexico there. So again, keep in mind that we are expecting rapid intensification through the morning, and I'll show you the latest update in just a moment. I also want to show you what's going on with another imagery here, the enhanced imagery. You can see the convection really wrapping around the center of that system, really showing that the system is continuing to intensify as it moves over the Gulf of Mexico. So here it is, the latest update as of 10 o'clock this morning. Winds, maximum sustained winds of 85 miles per hour. The wind gusts went up a bit. Right now we're at 105 miles per hour, moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. So the latest strike has it strengthening into a major hurricane later on today, Category 3 hurricane with winds of 115 miles per hour, continuing over the Gulf of Mexico, then eventually strengthening into a Category 4 storm early tomorrow morning, and then making landfall somewhere along southeast Louisiana as a major hurricane, a Cat 4 hurricane with 135 mile per hour winds. And we are looking at tropical impacts as early as tonight, where we'll see the outer rain band starting to approach the area. Light at first, and the winds will become gusty and then more intense as we head into the overnight hours. And then tomorrow afternoon, things really starting to ramp up. So when we're talking about tropical impacts, we hit all of them in terms of rainfall, coastal flooding. We could see inland flooding along the lakes, also the rivers, and we're looking at damaging winds. Again, the strongest winds will be located around that eye wall, so we are looking at strong winds to move into the area as early as tomorrow afternoon, and can't rule out an isolated tornado. So again, as we're taking a look at the tropical models, still some uncertainty as to where the center of the storm will make landfall. Of course, if we're on the eastern side of the storm, it will be intense, and the closer the eye of the storm is to the metro area, we're going to really start seeing those winds ramp up, and we'll see heavy tropical rain across the area and for a long duration throughout tomorrow, leading into early Monday morning, which may lead to flooding across the area. So again, what to expect parish by parish. We'll start North Shore. Timing, again, we're looking at Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, when we'll start seeing things really start to crank up across the area. Rainfall, 6 to 10 inches of rain, winds between 50 to 70 mile per hour winds with higher wind gusts, metro area. Again, 6 to 10 inches of rainfall, winds up to 80, even 100 mile per hour winds. Again, if the center of the storm is closer to the metro area, we'll see the winds be a little bit more intense. So river parishes, 5 to 10 inches of rainfall, storm surge between 3 to 7 feet along the lake, and winds sustain 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. The Bayou parishes will really feel the brunt of this storm. We're looking at rainfall between 5 to 10 inches, and it could be locally higher amounts, up to even 15 inches of rain, and then winds between 110 to 130 mile per hour winds with storm surge between 7 to 15 feet. Now, taking a quick look at the Mississippi coast, 4 to 8 inches of rainfall, and then storm surge between 7 to 11 feet with winds of 35 to 45 mile per hour. Again, winds with higher wind gusts. Now, I do want to show you the forecast cone. Again, we're looking at damaging winds extending well from the forecast cone and the center of the system, rather, again, where you see the yellows and also the whites. We're looking at 110 plus mile per hour winds sustained, and the strong winds will last as the system makes landfall and then moving through the area Sunday night into early Monday morning. So it will remain pretty breezy through Monday afternoon, even into Tuesday. And I do think that the weather will start to improve as we head into Tuesday Tuesday afternoon. So as we're talking about timing, spotty showers, quick downpours throughout the afternoon. We'll start seeing those heavier rain bands push in later on tonight, and then the rain really becoming heavier throughout the rest of Sunday night into Monday morning. Notice how intense the rain bands are. Again, this is going to be pretty much the story throughout the rest of tomorrow leading into early Monday morning. And then as we head into Tuesday, as I mentioned, things will start to improve.
Thanks, Michelle. The Bayou parishes are bracing for impact as Hurricane Ida could make landfall as a hurricane, Category 4 hurricane. They expect to feel the impacts by tomorrow morning at this time. Mike McDaniel has been in Houma all morning long as residents are evacuating. Mike, what are people telling you?
Yeah, I can tell you that they're relieved that there is this option to help them evacuate, and also a bit of anxiety. When it comes to those evacuations you just spoke of, they are well underway here at H.L. Bourgeois High School. Now, a lot of folks are showing up with whatever they can. I mean, this evacuation site is for people who, for some reason or another, need some help getting out. I actually just went inside the gym here where folks are being processed to see how many people are being helped by this. They said so far about 200 people have come through, some of them already on buses headed to Monroe, which is where all of these buses will eventually be, to the Civic Center there, because that's where the parish is going to be housing some people. These people are bringing with them as much belongings as they can, some even pets, because they really don't know how long they're going to be in Monroe. So that is where the anxiety comes in for a lot of them. The only thing they do know is that they are being taken to the Monroe Civic Center right there in Monroe for shelter. Several businesses several buses rather, have already left, making their way north. Others are still here loading up people and their belongings. Now, the parish president here in Terrebonne Parish says this is a bullseye right where we are, with winds expected up to 140 miles an hour and a storm surge of 15 feet. Parish leaders do ask that anyone who decided to stay behind to rethink that decision and leave while there is still some time. And a big shout out really today goes to the school bus drivers here in Terrebonne Parish who are making this evacuation actually plausible. They told me they are happy to do it and they're ready to make sure everyone gets out safely.
Don't wait, get out, because this is something serious. Especially if we lining up in these buses to haul people out, it has to be serious. Because they wouldn't call us unless it's like really serious. So people should take a heed to it. Like with Katrina, whenever they told you get out, leave.
And again, we've been saying this a lot. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place for Terrebonne as well as Lafourche and St. Charles parishes because of the severity and the strength of this storm that is coming in. There's also a curfew tonight here in Terrebonne Parish as well as Lafourche at 6 p.m. The sheriff told me that they will be out patrolling and making sure that property is safe. He says he knows there's a lot of reservations from folks because they don't want to leave their property because it may get either damaged by the storm or damaged by some type of criminal activity. But the sheriff assures me that patrols will be out, his officers are staying behind, folks should leave because overall, he says the bottom line is this should not become a rescue mission when folks were told to evacuate. Live in Terrebonne Parish, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
All right, Mike McDaniel there in Houma for us. Thank you so much. We will have more coverage of Hurricane Ida in just a minute. We'll be right back.
We've been monitoring the possible impacts and preparations going on in parishes around our area. Earlier this morning, Paul Dudley spoke with Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang. Here's what she had to say.
8:04 and Jefferson Parish leaders are preparing for Ida, and they want residents to as well. Joining us now is Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang. Cynthia, just tell us what people are doing right now, or what you're at least encouraging people to do right now. Are you telling people to evacuate?
Yeah, certainly we have a mandatory evacuation order for those areas outside of the levee protection system. So that would be Grand Isle, Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Barataria, Crown Point. I am getting word, and I'm in touch with those people, that there are a steady stream of people leaving. So we're very grateful for that. And if you're within the levee protection system, we're asking you to leave as well. If you have the means to get out, because this is it's a major storm, and we want as many people getting to a safe place as possible. So if you have the means to leave, we want you have time today. We want you to leave. Yes.
Where is your level of concern right now as we take a look at this latest forecast?
Well, look, where we live, first of all, the forecast is there. We're concerned about last minute moves, so we're going to watch that. But where we live, especially in Jefferson Parish, every weapon that a hurricane has, we're vulnerable to, okay? So whether it's the winds, whether it's storm surge, whether it's the rainfall, obviously we live in a bowl, so, the flooding next to open canals, which is very, very dangerous. Tornadoes, but I don't think that's, all of the threats of a hurricane, Jefferson Parish is extremely vulnerable to, because we have the lower lying areas with storm surge, we have the inside that's completely relying on the pump system. But the secondary effects, we're kind of going into this as a vulnerable community with COVID. Our medical system has a lot of COVID patients inside. So we're not going into this storm full strength, right? So if you're someone who's vulnerable, it's difficult for you to be without air conditioning. If you might need a doctor, all of those systems and framework in a solid community, really we're kind of a little bit fractured right now with that. So again, the message is, if you can get out, and you have time today to leave.
And you mentioned hospitals and COVID. What has your communication been like with the hospitals? Are they prepared to make it through this storm?
Yes, they're prepared. They're just our heroes, really. Haven't they been this whole time? We know to communicate with them whatever they need to get them what they need. So certainly we're concerned about the electrical needs. They have generator backup, but we're prepared to help them in any kind of way we can as this thing goes. We know people sometimes need to go to the hospital to get oxygen, and any of those kinds of things that we can provide and kind of take some of that pressure off the hospital systems, we're prepared to do. So we're gonna, get some oxygen changing stations for the tanks and keep those people out of the hospital for them, and anything else that they might need to help, we're prepared to do that for them.
And I want to ask you just about some of the preparations that some of your public works and other crews are doing. I know that they're probably draining catch basins right now, clearing catch basins. Are they doing anything else, bringing in any of those portable pumps maybe for some of those lower lying areas like Lower Lafitte or Grand Isle? Is that something we're going to see?
That's certainly something we always do for any major storm. We pre-position pumps in Lafitte and Grand Isle, so that has been done. But yes, our public works system has been working around the clock. Yeah, cleaning out the catch basins, and we want to encourage everybody to do that before you leave today, or if you're going to stay. We need that drainage system to work to its full capacity, and you need to get all of that out of there. Nothing in it, just water to flow in it. So just pick it out, put it in the garbage. But our teams are out. We're monitoring canal levels. We have to do that, ensuring all the fuel tanks are filled and the gas and all of our equipment's working. And obviously our construction sites, we had a lot of construction sites going on in Jefferson Parish, securing those sites. But, our teams are prepared. We're at the safe houses. We have operators that are able to be right by the pumping stations, which is a very different scenario since Katrina, how eerily we're at the same weekend for Katrina. But we're coming into this storm with a much stronger internal protection system in terms of the levees, the safe houses, very, very different situation than Katrina.
And I just want to ask you one more quick question here. They are telling me to wrap, so we only have about 30 seconds left here, but I do think this is important. What are you telling some of those folks in those lower lying areas outside of the levee protection if they decide to stay? I know a lot of those people are very self-sufficient. They have homes built up very high in the air. What would you maybe tell those folks if they're going to stay?
You know, there are some of our strongest people, and I know some of them do like staying. They cannot stay. The storm surge is just going to be hitting, and they know what that's like. And this is going to be a long storm. This is going to be a long time that we have to get that pounding. And it's very, very dangerous. It is very, very dangerous to stay if you're in the lower lying areas. You've got to leave. You know, I don't want to think about a search and rescue after this storm. Please leave if you're in that lower lying areas, because this is a major, major storm.
Well, thank you so much for this vital information. We really do appreciate it. That's Cynthia Lee Sheng with Jefferson Parish. She's the parish president there. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, time now. It is 10:48, and an update on Ida. It is continuing to intensify. It's in the Gulf. You could see the convection continuing to wrap around the center, the inner core also continuing to strengthen, and an eye is trying to form there. So it's still packing winds of 85 miles per hour with stronger wind gusts of 105 miles per hour, and rapid intensification is possible throughout the day. Again, it is moving into a favorable environment. We're looking at little to no wind shear over very warm sea surface temperatures. So again, that's that field to continue to strengthen this system. So it is moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. It's about 350 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi River. So again, it is moving at a good rate, and the latest projection has it strengthening into a major storm later on today, a Category 3 hurricane, again later on this afternoon, and then eventually strengthening into a Category 4 hurricane as early as tomorrow morning with winds of 130 miles per hour. Again, the track hasn't changed much, but we are still looking at landfall somewhere along southeast Louisiana as a strong hurricane, a major hurricane, a Cat 4 hurricane with winds of 130 miles per hour as early as Sunday afternoon there. And we're still looking at a very strong storm once it's inland there, and eventually weakening as it goes over land and then banking to the northeast, heading into Tennessee as early as Tuesday afternoon. So I do want to go over a few models. Again, heading into the Gulf of Mexico, the consensus looks great. But as we take a look at exactly where the landfall may end up, there's still some uncertainty. Of course, if the center of the storm is closer to the metro New Orleans area, that's where we'll see the stronger winds. Again, it'll be more intense. If it shifts to the west, we'll still see tropical impacts, but it won't be as intense. So again, keep that in mind. Nonetheless, I hope you're preparing for the worst, but of course, hoping for the best. Taking a look parish by parish, North Shore. Again, we're looking at Sunday night into early Monday morning. Rainfall between 6 to 10 inches of rain when we're looking at winds between 50 to 70 mile per hour winds and higher wind gusts, and storm surge along Lake Pontchartrain between 4 to 7 feet. As we head to New Orleans, we're looking at rainfall between 6 to 10 inches of rain, locally higher amounts, and winds between 6 to 70 miles per hour, and wind gusts can get pretty strong between 80 to 100 miles per hour, which can definitely cause widespread power outages in these highlighted areas. And as we take a look at the storm surge between 4 to 7 feet, and then the lake between 7 to 11 feet. As we head to the river parishes, rainfall between 5 to 10 inches, winds between 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. Again, these areas will be a little bit closer to the eye wall, again, if it holds on to that track. And we're looking at wind gusts 100 mile per hour plus, and then storm surge, again, along the lakes between 3 to 7 feet. Now, as we head to the bayou parishes, and this is where we're really thinking that these areas will really see the brunt of this system. Rainfall between 5 to 10 inches, locally higher amounts, winds 110 to 130 mile per hour winds. But notice the storm surge, coastal areas between 10 to 15 feet. That is damaging, that is devastating. And then as we head to St. Bernard and Plaquemines parishes, rainfall between 4 to 8 inches, and then winds between 45 to 55, and then gusts could potentially get up to 80 miles per hour. And storm surge, we're also looking at devastating storm surge as well, between 7 to 15 feet. As we head to the Mississippi coast, rain between 4 to 8 inches, locally higher amounts, of course, and then winds between 35 to 45 miles per hour. Notice the wind gusts, we could potentially see higher wind gusts, and then storm surge along the Mississippi coastline between 7 to 11 feet. And just another graphic just to show you between 10 to 11 or 10 to 15 feet, excuse me, again, along the Louisiana coast. Again, we're looking at devastating storm surge. Now, taking a look at the timing, right now we are looking at some spotty showers, but many areas not too bad. As we head into tonight, that's when we'll start seeing the weather gradually deteriorate as those outer rain bands approach our coastal areas. By tomorrow morning, tropical storm winds possible. We'll start seeing the rain really start picking up across the area. We're looking at tropical heavy downpours, which may lead to flooding to many areas across southeast Louisiana tomorrow afternoon. Now, the thinking, we are looking at landfall between Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. Again, that's when we really start seeing the winds pick up across the area, and then could potentially slow down. And then we're looking at the rain heavy at times, and then we're looking at the winds continuously through, notice the timestamp, Monday morning. I do expect the weather conditions to improve as we head into our Tuesday. So we'll be stuck with this throughout our Sunday, also our Monday and Monday afternoon. So again, to keep in mind, tropical impacts will begin tonight. So if you haven't got your plan in place, now is the time. Time is running out. And again, we're looking at landfall as a major hurricane Sunday afternoon. And we're looking at widespread tree structural damage, widespread power outages, and dangerous storm surge. I do want to show you the radar real quick because I am tracking heavy downpours in portions of Bay St. Louis. We're looking east of New Orleans, some spotty sprinkles near Slidell. Again, this has nothing to do with Ida, but again, we'll start seeing the rain really start picking up as we head into tonight. So taking a quick look at your 7-day forecast. Hot and humid today. Some areas are actually seeing some sunshine right now. The clouds will continue to build. Temperatures, we won't warm up much. We're actually going to be below average. 86 degrees. Start feeling some impacts tonight, especially along our coastal areas, but then things really start ramping up tomorrow afternoon. We are thinking landfall a little bit during the afternoon, early evening hours. So we'll be dealing with Ida impacts Sunday through Monday, and then things will slowly start to improve as we head into your Tuesday.
All right, thank you so much, Michelle. Organizations from across the metro area have been preparing for Hurricane Ida for a few days now.
Yeah, this includes the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority, which oversees floodgates, levees, and pumping stations. Duke Carter has a closer look.
People were out looking at the waves from Lake Pontchartrain that crashed along the seawall.
It's a little surreal seeing the water splashing up, hoping that what's out there does not come out here.
Tiffany Guidry is one of many Louisiana residents monitoring the weather. Guidry, being from Louisiana, is ready for what could possibly happen over the weekend.
Tested a couple of times, so we know how to prepare. We have our normal generators. We have a lot of water. We have everything we need, and we're just going to pray for the best.
And while people prepare ahead of the storm, organizations are preparing as well.
We start preparing for hurricane season the day after the last one ends.
And Kelly Chandler is the regional director of the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East. The organization oversees nearly 200 miles of levees, plus floodgates and pumping stations designed to protect Orleans and Jefferson parishes, similar to this one here on Lakeshore Drive. Leaders feel confident the system will do its best to keep people safe during the storm.
We've exercised all of the gates. The system is in good condition. We're confident it's going to perform as designed. We get storm surge predictions, and based on those predictions, we then make decisions on which gates we should start closing.
So that people like Guidry are not severely impacted when Mother Nature hits.
I have a snowball stand, so this is not good for business either. It's Guidry's goodie.
And Hurricane Ida is approaching New Orleans at a time when streets throughout the city are torn up due to construction.
That's right. Those half-completed projects are leaving residents very concerned about the danger of that loose debris and blocked drains once the storm hits. Mike Pearlstein has that story.
When the city launched more than $4 billion worth of street construction, many residents cheered. Now, with Hurricane Ida bearing down, those same people are worried about the threat posed with so many of those jobs left unfinished.
My concern with storm coming is that they rocked over the drain, and I'm just afraid that the water's not going to drain through the rocks.
I'm definitely not thrilled to come out here 2 days before the hurricane's about to hit and see so much debris just sitting on my street, waiting to be picked up by hurricane winds and thrown into our houses and roofs and windows.
Just to illustrate some of the concerns that residents have on these streets that are in mid-construction, here on this uptown street, you can see construction material left behind. Here is a spot where a catch basin used to be, completely covered, and a little further down, you can see that the ramps to people's driveways have been torn out, leading some people, like this resident, to build his own ramp to get into his own driveway. Geruso said the unfinished construction has been the #1 complaint his office is hearing from constituents.
And there are a number of people across the district who are concerned about the materials that are left behind, contractors coming to gather all of them.
Mayor Cantrell said the contractors should be cleaning up ahead of the storm.
The contractors are responsible for protecting as well as our storm drains, catch basins along those areas. So we're confident that that is happening, of course.
But at many work sites, that doesn't appear to be happening, including some major construction, such as this gap in the Orleans Avenue outfall canal near Marconi.
It's got to be done right now. Everything's got to be moved as much as possible in great speed and care to get this taken care of.
With this hurricane coming through and all of this debris still here, it's not going to be good.
Mike Pearlstein, Eyewitness News.
All right, and of course, stay tuned to the Eyewitness News as our team will keep an eye on all of these construction areas as Ida approaches and makes landfall.
St. Bernard Parish is an area that could see significant impacts from Ida. Parish President Guy McGinnis joined us earlier this morning on the show. Here is a look at our conversation. Just tell us a little bit more about what you're experiencing right now in St. Bernard Parish and what you're telling residents there as well.
Well, you know, right now, Paul, and first of all, thank you so much for allowing us to get the word out to our citizens. You know, right now it's calm before the storm. We don't see a whole lot of surge. The water is up outside of our levee system. Right now, we're asking our residents to prepare, make sure that, you know, I would say about noon today, you know, make sure you're in a place where you're going to be and shelter there and prepare for extended outages of power, for heavy rain and strong winds. You know, we even on the current forecast, we're looking at maybe 80 to 100 mile an hour winds here in St. Bernard Parish. You know, that's a Category 2, up to a Category 2 storm. So we want our residents to be vigilant. One of the good things this morning, you're waking up and you see people are leaving, you know, the highways toward the east and toward the west or getting packed like a July 4th weekend, somebody told me. So that's a good thing. People are heeding the advice, and we just want to make sure everyone is safe. And I know our employees and crews are out there for the last 2 days. They'll be out there all the way until the storm to make sure we prepare for the citizens' safety here in St. Bernard Parish.
And right now, Guy, we're looking at footage, or we were just a second ago, of those cars parked on LA 46. Are you still telling people maybe if they've got they got stuff over at Shell Beach to maybe move that over to LA 46? Can they do that still?
We have been for 2 days now telling people to get their assets, whatever it may be, out of the lower lying area and into the levee system. We're not advising people to put their assets on the highway, Paul, but people are doing it. We're allowing them to do that. For Zeta, we lost like 50% of those assets with the wind that came through. We could experience that this time. We would rather them take their boats and campers and all of their assets from the commercial fishermen to a safe place. We don't believe that's very safe, but then again, you know, a lot of people choose to put them on the highway on the westbound side. Yeah. So we can have an emergency lane after the storm.
And can we just remind us about the evacuation orders? They're voluntary for the whole parish, or mandatory for outside the levee protection? What are you telling residents as far as if they should leave, or are you telling everybody that they should leave?
You know, Paul, outside of our levee system, we're asking people to leave. We've already talked to the few families that are out there to get out. So we don't need any evacuation orders outside of our levee system. Inside of our levee system, we're asking people to make sure that you can withstand this storm. And right now, it's at 100 mile an hour winds or so maximum. It could get worse. Make sure that you're ready for the power outages and leave if you can't do that. If you require oxygen and you don't have enough oxygen for a week, we're asking people to leave. You really need to make sure that you are prepared. But as far as doing these evacuation orders, we're not going to do that yet here in St. Bernard Parish. That triggers a lot of things that we have to do here. So we're asking people to shelter in place or to move to a safer place. If your residents cannot withstand 100 mile an hour, if you live in a trailer, you might want to move to a friend's house or get on the road with everyone else. So we want everybody to be safe and safe and sound for, during the storm and after the storm.
Well, Guy, I really appreciate that. St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Paul. God bless.
Welcome back, and we are just minutes away from the city of New Orleans hosting a press conference to discuss Hurricane Ida preparations. Last night, Mayor LaToya Cantrell said it was too late to issue a mandatory evacuation for New Orleans. She is urging people to leave if they can, and for everyone else, they should be prepared to shelter in place and ride out the storm.
I've said it before, but it is worth repeating, and it's also worth you all sharing. We need to take this storm very seriously. Now is not the time for jokes, for playing around. We need to take it seriously. We need to reach out to our neighbors, our family members, and our friends. We need to ensure that we're bringing whatever on our properties in terms of plants and materials that could fly with the wind the winds that are expected, that we bring those things in. And of course, we have to protect our pets.
In Lakeview, Pump Station 12 is out of service right now. The Sewer and Water Board says Pump Station 6 and 7 should be able to pick up the slack to drain Lakeview, as well as the rest of the West End there. The press conference is going to be shown here on air and online. That's going to be at about 11:15. The time right now is 10:07 or 11:07 rather, and we want to get over to Peyton Malone. Has the track changed at all?
We have not really seen any changes in really anything since yesterday. It's kind of still honing in on Terrebonne Parish later on Sunday. Look at this. There's your hurricane, and it's getting that classic look. This is visible satellite. That's New Orleans on the top of the map. You could see the banding features, the swirls in there, and yep, you could see an eye trying to clear out. So this is a sign that it continues to strengthen. It's amazing what our satellites can do nowadays. This is actually taking a picture every 1 minute from space, and it's so high definition. And you see where the clouds are bubbling up. These are hot towers. These are really tall thunderstorms that are wrapping around that circulation. And what those do is they transfer the heat, which is what a hurricane is. It's a heat engine, and that allows it to strengthen in what we call deepening. So as it deepens, the pressure will lower. It's at 984, and then the winds will respond to that lower pressure, and they will start to increase. They're at 85, but they're likely continuing to go up right now. Northwest movement, 16 miles an hour. And yeah, we're going to have a major hurricane later on today, it looks like, and there will continue to be an eye. So here's the latest forecast track for you. We do still have it strengthening to a major hurricane, Category 4. This is tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. and then getting towards the coast later in the afternoon and making landfall late afternoon and through the evening. So there's been some model runs that move this in a little bit faster than what we were looking at yesterday. So we could be looking at maybe an afternoon landfall. What that means is conditions will go downhill fast tomorrow morning on the coast and then spread up across the area. Notice between this point and this point, that's 24 hours. That's a whole day from it right off our coast only to getting to the point of crossing into Mississippi from Louisiana. So it is going to slow down a little bit as it makes that turn. And of course, we're going to have all the onshore flow, the storm surge on this side. We're all on the east side here. We're also going to have the flooding rain on the east side. And of course, the strong winds. That will be worse near that center and in the eastern and western eye wall. So if you're anywhere near that eye wall is where we're going to see the more significant winds from Ida. Now, the storm surge totals or values, we're still looking at 10 to 15 feet of inundation. That's 10 to 15 feet above ground here. And that will, we're talking Lafourche, Terrebonne, up into Jefferson Parish, think Lafitte, Jean Lafitte, down towards Plaquemines Parish on the west bank, east bank 7 to 11 feet, St. Bernard Parish into Lake Bourne, Shell Beach, Wyclowski, outside the levee protection system 7 to 11 feet. It's pretty significant. Even over in New Orleans, outside the levee protection system, Venetian Isles, Lake Catherine 7 to 11 feet. So if you're inside the levees, no biggie, but outside, yes. Mississippi, Hancock County, Harrison County, 7 to 11 feet. The lake will be more like 4 to 7, and you got to think of how the winds are going to be moving as Ida comes on in. The center will be here. The winds will be wrapping up into it like this. So at times you'll have an easterly wind, maybe more of a southeasterly, to a southwesterly or to a northeasterly. So overall, I think most of our water is going to be piling up on this side of the lake. So that means lower Tangi near the lake could see a significant water rise of 4 to 7 feet. Also St. John, think towards La Place, could see some water rise as well. And then elsewhere else, the entire lake will be going on up. So we'll be watching for significant storm surge. That rain really could be significant. I mean, this thing's slowing down just a little bit. It could be raining. There's some models that have it raining continuously in some areas for nearly 24 hours. That's going to add up. This is going to be tropical rain, which is more efficient, and it rains a lot in a short amount of time a lot of times. 10 inches on average, but a few spots could see over 15, and it could fall very quickly. I mean, you're looking at rainfall rates that are pretty impressive, so this will add up fast. So not only worrying about storm surge, but also some river flooding and street flooding. And remember, when the storm surge comes into the lake is what all the rivers drain into. So when the rivers can't drain into the lake, they're only going to rise, and they can rise faster that way. So we will be looking at potentially river flooding. If you live on the North Shore near a river, you got to be preparing for worst case scenario. And really everyone at this point should be preparing for worst case scenario. Whenever you're talking about a Category 4 storm, you almost just have to prepare regardless of what this track ends up doing here. So yes, we have that track going through Lower Terrebonne, through Terrebonne, Morgan City, Thibodaux, Houma getting the worst of it. But if that track shifts just a little bit, we got big problems in the New Orleans metro.
And Peyton, I want to stop you there.
Yeah.
Do you anticipate that there'll be much of a significant change in the track once the system gets over the warm waters of the Gulf?
Yeah.
Do you think that will happen?
We don't think we're going to see anything significantly change right now. You did ask earlier, like, will we see any significant shifts towards Lafayette? And I joked and I said, well, that's not a significant shift. Now, it could change the impact significantly, but you're looking at maybe 25, 50 mile difference. Think of the impact that's going to have on the impacts we see in New Orleans. So, Paul, imagine this line. If you move it 25 miles this way, yeah, Houma and Thibodaux are going to get slammed either way, but it also takes that eye wall and pushes it into the metro, which means our wind threat would be much greater. Now, let's say this does go to Vermilion Bay. It's still possible this track's more westerly. Maybe it goes up through Marsh Island, heads towards Lafayette. Yes, we're still on the east side, but it takes that axis of worst winds and pushes it just a little bit to our west. So maybe New Orleans escapes. That's something I can't guarantee you. And Paul, we always talk about this, the uncertainties, but you can't gamble on that, right? You just don't know for sure if it's going to make landfall here, or here. They're all possibilities at this point.
And I want to talk to you a little bit more about timing here, because I know that a lot of people have been on the roads. They started getting on the roads yesterday. They've been on the roads this morning. We can actually cut to some traffic camera video that we've got here that'll show you some of the roads that folks are dealing with. Is it too late at this point to leave, Peyton, or will people still have some time?
You've got time. So the South Shore will feel impacts earlier than the North Shore, obviously, because the storm's coming in from the south. Models have been speeding up the landfall of this, though. We could be looking at a landfall more so afternoon, maybe 4, 5, 6 o'clock. We were thinking initially 7, but notice our models, and this is an ensemble model, and there's a lot of them. When they all kind of show a similar scenario of landfall being maybe in the afternoon hours, you might have a little less time. You've still got the rest of today. Most of tonight's going to be fine. It's tomorrow morning. Conditions are going to start to go downhill very quickly south of the lake near the coast. Now, by late morning, afternoon hours, I think we're really going to start to see things pick up in New Orleans and the river parishes. And then by the late afternoon going into the evening, that's when things really get rough, and it will continue overnight as we go into Monday. So as I mentioned, it's not going to stall, but it's going to slow down. So this is Monday morning at 6, 7 a.m. The storm is just now going to be crossing north of Baton Rouge. So as I mentioned, it's only going to travel about that far in 24 hours. So you got to imagine that's going to prolong the events. This is not going to be like Zeta. Remember Zeta from October? It blew on in, it blew through, and it was gone. You know, the worst of it lasted maybe 3 or 4 hours. This is going to be more of what we normally see with an August hurricane, where it could last for 24 hours, at least the impacts from it, Paul.
Can we kind of go area to area here? This is something that is fairly helpful. Let's start down in the bayou, because I know this is an area that is going to see a lot of the impacts here of this storm. Including storm surge. It is potentially, what, 10 to 15 feet storm surge down there. What are folks going to be really seeing as this storm gets closer to landfall here?
You know, let me just say this. I don't see any scenario where the bayou parishes get out without impacts. Whether it goes a little further west, right over you, or maybe into Plaquemines Parish, this could be the hardest hit area. We're talking down, of course, from Cocodrie to Chauvin to Houma to Thibodaux, all through Lafourche Parish here. And this is going to be the biggest impact, because we think this is where the center is going to go. If the center goes over here, winds 110 to 130 miles per hour are certainly possible, especially near the coast and in that eye wall. Now, winds could gust over 140 miles per hour, especially the closer you get to the coast. I think it'll be closer to maybe 100 to 120 in Houma. And I say only, I mean, those are destructive. Whether you got 100-mile-an-hour winds or 130, you got big problems. So that's why we've got mandatory evacuations for Lafourche. We've got mandatory evacuations for Terrebonne. That's structural damage right there. I mean, you're talking about a significant tornado. If that was a tornado, that would cause damage. So your wind speeds are not the only issue. Surge is always what we're so scared of down here. 10 to 15 feet is significant, and that surge is going to inundate a lot of this area. This is also low and, you know, not very much elevation change from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up to northern Lafourche and upper Lafourche. So we're going to see the 10 to 15 feet of inundation. We could also see some heavy rainfall that could lead to flooding there, but the big concern with here are the wind and surge.
And I've spent a fair bit of time down there, and you know, you talk to folks outside the levee protection there, and they'll tell you that it it'll flood, if there's a south wind down there. So, if there's a actual storm, it's going to be serious.
Oh, significantly. A lot of areas, this could be one of the strongest hurricanes to hit down here in a lot of people's lifetimes. You have to go almost back to, yes, Andrew was a big deal. This could be worse than Andrew. This could also be worse than Betsy. Betsy was one of those storms that everyone talked about for decades, and we still talk about. This could rival Betsy, and anyone who was in Houma and Thibodeau during Betsy knows what that was like. So this could be on the same level as Hurricane Betsy back in the 60s.
And I've been talking to parish leaders all day today, Peyton, and as you know, there are people that stay through these storms.
Yeah.
And I asked her, what do you say to those really resilient folks down there who live up on an elevated house, who have a generator? Is it okay for those folks to stay? She said, parish leaders are telling me no. If you're outside of a levee protection area, you need to get out now.
You got to go.
Is that definitely the case?
Absolutely. There's something, living on the Mississippi coast for a while, we always talked about Camille and then Katrina. And something we always said was Camille killed people decades later. Now, what do we mean by that? People stayed for Katrina because they survived Camille, because there was never going to be another storm that was as strong as Camille. And of course, Katrina came along and the storm surge was higher. We're not talking, the Katrina situation here, but for some areas in the Bayou parishes, I know there's some people down here that are saying, well, I stayed through Betsy, I stayed through Andrew. Live inside of a levee protection system and you live anywhere south of Lake Pontchartrain, south of I-10, you got to go. You can't stay Storm surge 10 to 15 feet, 7 to 11 feet. Rescuers aren't going to be able to get to you. God forbid something terrible happen, the wind get up to 100 miles an hour, and you need to be rescued. There's no guarantee they're going to be able to get to you, and then what do you do? So, yes, that's what we were talking about. You know, we do have those mandatory evacuations down in parts of Plaquemines and down in lower Plaquemines. We don't have the mandatory ones out in St. Bernard, but I will say Hopedale, Wyklowski, Shell Beach, I would leave. I simply would not stay because there's no guarantee this actually tracks towards and makes landfall in Houma. What if this thing ends up making landfall in Lafourche or Lower Jefferson, and then you've got the worst part of the hurricane bearing down on parts of St. Bernard? Once again, it's not a guarantee that happens, but it is in the realm of possibilities. This area is still in the cone of uncertainty. So the storm surge in Plaquemines Parish is going to be a little different because of the river sticking out here. You get the funneling effect here, so you'll have significant water rising on the east bank here. The west bank will still see significant water rise, obviously, too. We have 10 to 15 feet on the west bank. The east bank, 7 to 11 feet. Not a huge difference there. Both are significant. And of course, winds could be 80, 90 miles an hour. And the closer that eye, if it gets closer, those numbers could definitely be a lot higher.
And you know, you got to take this into consideration that Entergy and CLECO crews do not work when the storm is going on. Yeah. It's just not safe for them. When do you anticipate that they might be able to get out and start doing work once this storm passes? Not till Monday, probably, right? Yeah, we're still probably going to have tropical storm conditions throughout early parts of Monday. It's not going to be until the middle and end of Monday things start to wind down. It's going to be still a little breezy, but the worst of it should be winding down by Monday. And I think the latter part of Monday would be feasible. Now, the water's still going to be high. We'll still have strong onshore flow, but it's not going to be a hurricane or the tropical storm conditions that we are expecting by tonight and tomorrow morning. And Peyton, I want to ask you about evacuations again, because I know a lot of people are seeing this, and we said that people still do have time to leave if they want to, and although traffic is bad. At what rate is it too late? Are we thinking once it's tonight, it's too late? Because the fear is you get stuck on the road and then the storm is going on when you're stuck on the road.
It's hard to say, and you can see there looking at traffic. It's flowing better on the Twin Spans than what it was, but boy, I guess that's I-10 out in Metairie, isn't it? Yeah, look at the traffic backed up. So you still got time. I do want to emphasize that. We've got all today and all tonight, really, that we're not going to have big issues on the interstate system. Now, down near the coast is where you're going to start to see some winds pick up tonight, but in New Orleans, I-12, I-10, the winds are not going to be an issue until probably tomorrow late morning and through the afternoon.
You just got to pack your patience. Even yesterday at the store, I know a lot of people were just very anxious.
Yeah.
This is one of those storms that it really does require patience. So if you see somebody out, just show them a smile. I know this is not necessarily time to be smiling, but help out your brother and sister during this time, because it is a difficult time for so many of us across Southeast Louisiana. As far as the North Shore is concerned, can we zoom back in on North Shore and St. Tammany Parish? Because
let's do the North Shore.
Yeah, I know that's definitely going to be an issue.
And then we're going to do the river parishes in a second too. So if you're living in the river parishes, stick around. I'm going to get to you because we could see some pretty significant impacts up there as well. So on the North Shore, Paul, what's our big thing up here we always worry about? Rivers are a big concern on the North Shore. And one of the problems, you kind of couple it two things here. The storm surge is 4 to 7 feet in the lake. That comes on up. The rivers, you know, we're forecasting maybe 6 to 10 inches of rainfall through Sunday night. The rivers start to come up Sunday night. They're high on Monday. The water's still a little high in the lake. They can't drain into the lake, so that only causes more flooding on the North Shore. So if you do live along a river, that you're in a flood-prone area, you've got to prepare for worst-case scenario. And I know it's frustrating to go through all these steps and then maybe nothing happens, but thank God nothing happened. So just prepare for worst-case scenario, for flooding and storm surge. 4 to 7 feet, you know, I think I heard, I can't remember who it said on how high or how many blocks that we get into Old Mandeville. We've definitely gone through this many, many times with 4 to 7 feet, but the rivers are the big situation. Wind gusts, now we are likely going to see power outages across a large chunk of the area. I would say there's not going to be many areas that don't see power outages, except for maybe Mississippi, but the closer you get to Baton Rouge, the chance for power outages are going to go up. Don't evacuate to Baton Rouge, by the way. They're going to see significant impacts from this storm.
Yeah, so, I want to stop you there really quickly because that's an important point there.
Yeah.
Don't evacuate to Baton Rouge because there's going to be some serious impacts there. I know a lot of people were heading up I-10 to try to get to Baton Rouge, but you should either keep going or head more to the east or more to the west. What do you think?
The impacts in Baton Rouge, I'm forecasting stronger winds in Baton Rouge than I am here, because right now the current forecast does have the eye going near or over Baton Rouge, so they could see winds over 100 miles an hour. We have our evacuation graphic here. I'm going to pull it up to give you an idea on where you should and shouldn't be heading, and this is general. You know, sometimes you got to just get out, but generally, I hope people are either going to the Florida Panhandle or going to Texas. Anywhere you see green dots, you're in the good. The yellow dots, you're probably going to be okay, but there's a risk you may lose power. Maybe not the best, but it's doable. That includes areas all the way to Mobile, Montgomery, up towards Birmingham. You could go to Memphis, Shreveport, Houston, or Lake Charles, Alexandria. Now, where you don't want to go, because it runs the risk of seeing power outages and significant impacts from this storm, the Mississippi coast is a no-go. All of southeast Louisiana. Notice Baton Rouge is in the red. I got Lafayette in the red. There's could be still some pretty significant impacts in Lafayette. If this thing decides to jog west, you got big time problems in Lafayette as well. I wouldn't go to Jackson. I wouldn't go up to Macomb. This is because the center of this is going to be tracking somewhere in here, moving up over. And while they're not going to experience hurricane conditions up here, we will probably see power outages throughout this area in red. So that's why we're saying if you do have to evacuate, my recommendation, go to Texas or northern Louisiana up towards Shreveport. And, you know, you could go to Alabama, certainly possible, and even parts of the Florida Panhandle and Mobile.
Okay, thanks, Peyton, for that. And let's get over to the river parishes, because I know we have a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get over to the river parishes there, because I know that we have a lot of viewers in that area.
We do.
Oh, and they're going to see some impacts from this for sure.
We could, you know, just like the bayou parishes, this could be some of our biggest impacts in the river parishes. And we're looking at a wind threat. Here, if I can find my graphic here, we are looking at, you know, if the current track takes Ida as a hurricane through the river parishes, and here's what we're looking at. So winds will start to increase by Sunday afternoon. They'll be worse probably Sunday evening into parts of Sunday night. 80 to 90 mile per hour sustained, gusting over 100. That is very possible. We're talking from St. John, getting close to St. Charles there, but the biggest impacts with the current forecast is St. John, St. James, heading up towards Ascension, and then once you get up towards Baton Rouge, you could definitely see those wind gusts over 100. The surge, Lake Maurepas, probably 3 to 5 feet. Lake Pontchartrain could get more like 4 to 7 feet, so we could see some water rise. And as I mentioned, we're going to have that water coming in like this. So if you imagine the center here, the winds are wrapping into it, so the winds are coming in from the east off the lake, pushing into parts of St. John Parish. So we could see maybe 4 to 7 feet of water rise right there in parts of St. John. And according to the parish president, Jacqueline Hotard, there is a voluntary evacuation for Pleasure Bend and low-lying areas north of I-10 and La Plaza there. Yeah. That's as we know, it's a marshy area that floods very easily. You can get a strong wind for a couple days and you got flooding in those areas. So that's why we are expecting and telling people, if you do live in a flood prone area that has seen flooding before from a hurricane or Isaac, you name it, you could see some flooding from this with 4 to 7 feet. And that's going to be mainly from the lake, yeah? Yeah, the lake coming on in here. Yeah. We've also got rivers up here too that try to drain on down, so that would be something to watch as well, as the 5 to 10 inches of rain is in the forecast up there. And Peyton, we are still waiting for Mayor LaToya Cantrell to give us some more information out of the city of New Orleans. But we were talking to officials in St. Charles Parish, and they are really concerned about the storm surge potentially overtopping some levees there. What seems to be the situation down there, and what can folks in St. Charles Parish expect? Yeah, we'll have you've got two kind of factors going on when you're looking at storm surge in parts of the area. You've got the Gulf, and you've also got the lake. So there's St. Charles, of course, 4 to 7 feet, and you've got 10 to 15 feet coming in from the Gulf. And I actually have another storm surge graphic that is really telling on perhaps where we're going to see the water the highest above ground level. And this really paints the story on what we could see here. Now, you see all that red? That kind of looks frightening, doesn't it? That's where water could be over 9 feet above the ground. And where you've got the whites, that's inside the levee. So we can't give you valleys inside the levee because we don't expect it to flood. But here's a look at parts of La Plaza. And Of course, you've got the levees here. There's a spillway, but once you start to get into Booty and Luling, that's where we're starting to see a lot of that red. And this is what we're talking about and what the St. Charles Parish president was talking about, of water coming on up. So right now the forecast does call for inundation for these areas. So you can see Highway 90 here, there's Booty, there's the bridge, and lots of red on the map there, which tells us could be above 9 feet above the ground level. And this would be highest by Sunday, going into the evening hours, going into Sunday night, and as we head into parts of high tide as well.
And would you really describe this as a sort of a triple threat kind of storm? I mean, you've got storm surge, wind, and rain is also going to be a factor.
Well, when you get a Category 3 or plus, you're dealing with a threat on every level. Storm surge, heavy rainfall from flooding. You're also looking at the wind threat. I mean, it's an everything threat when you start talking about this. We haven't even really mentioned, there could be a few quick spin up tornadoes, but generally, the closer you get to the center of the storm, the less tornadic activity you actually see. Either way, it's a significant threat for a lot of areas, especially south of the lake and towards the coast.
And why don't you pull up Tangipahoa Parish right now, if you can, because I do want to give some information out that we just got from Parish President Robbie Miller. Apparently, Tangipahoa Parish has opened up 3 last resort evacuation shelters. One is going to be at the Hammond West Side School. They're located at 2500 West Park in Hammond. A Meet High Magnet School located at 403 South Laurel and Amite, and then also Kentwood High School located at 603 9th Street in Kentwood. So they're definitely going to be seeing some issues as well, as the city there, or the parish takes more precautions here for folks as they're evacuating.
We just talked to the parish president. What did he say? It was the evacuation. I don't remember. It was voluntary. But south of Highway 22, this is what he was talking about. We will see water rise. So you can see there's Ponchatoula, there's Hammond. This is south of there. The water is going to come in from the lake, and with the storm expected to track towards the west of the lake, you would have strong winds pushing towards the west here out of the east. And that's why you start to see some of these brighter colors of 9 feet above ground of inundation as we head towards, there's the interstate. And continuing all the way over into parts of Livingston Parish. I didn't realize until the other day how many people actually watch us over here in Livingston Parish and going up to the north. But you will likely see inundation past. Here's Lake Maurepas. There's Lake Pontchartrain. Notice all these reds coming on here, so the water will rise and could be 9 feet above ground there. So think about that. Think of the elevation if you have any property in that vicinity.
And can I ask you about tornadoes? Are we thinking that there might be an isolated tornado or two? There is a chance, right?
Yeah, there's always a chance of some spin-up tornadoes, especially in those initial outer bands. Now, once the eye starts to move in, the threat for a tornado actually decreases. It's usually on the outer edges of a hurricane, but that's certainly a possibility. And those pop up so fast, they move 60-something miles an hour sometimes, and they're very quick. They can happen. We've seen significant tornadoes. Think back to Andrew, back in 1992, it produced that significant tornado in Laplace. That was thanks to an outer band that moved on through, and Andrew took a similar path to what Ida has taken, just a little bit further off towards the west, and we saw a significant tornado in the viewing area. So that is something of good note, Paul, is you got to be ready. If you're staying, you got to be ready to get in your safe spot if a tornado warning is issued for your area.
And Peyton, I know earlier this week there was some hope that maybe some high pressure would come in and sort of break up this hurricane. Is that not going to happen? Can you zoom out there and maybe show us if high pressure is going to help this, hurt this?
There's a high pressure over the Carolinas, and that's what's steering this thing. The high pressure is, at this point, is not going to let it go to the east of us. So this thing is not going to miss us. At this point, I can almost guarantee you we're going to see impacts in southeast Louisiana. It's not going to curve off towards Mobile. It's not going to go into the Florida Panhandle. It's going to land somewhere from south central to southeastern Louisiana, and it's thanks to that high pressure. And then it's eventually going to ride around it. So that thing's not really doing anything for us at this point. Yeah. If it was weaker, it could, this thing would turn to the north more than likely, but that high pressure is just not weak enough.
So I guess the question that a lot of people have been asking, is there anything in your forecast that would help this hurricane just not be as strong? As Chris Franklin always says, we're never wishing this on anyone, but you can just hope that the intensity is not so significant.
You can hope it's not so significant. One of my things I always say during these is like, hope is not a plan. I hope this isn't bad, but that's not a plan. That doesn't do anything for you. One thing that might help us here, and it's hard to say for sure, but a lot of times as these hurricanes come on in, if they're not moving too fast, they will feel the effects of the shallow waters on the continental shelf here. So the waters are pretty shallow in this part of the Gulf of Mexico, relatively speaking. Now they're boiling hot. They're in the upper 80s, nearly 90 degrees. So there's plenty of fuel, but that fuel doesn't go very deep. So sometimes what can happen here is if that hurricane comes in slow enough, and if it's a big enough hurricane, which this one likely will be, it can upwell some of that cooler water from the bottom, and that can actually cap it off. So perhaps it happens with this one. I hope it does. I'm not telling you it's going to happen. I don't want you to think that gives you any sense of complacency, because it's no guarantee that that happens. But that is something I was thinking about earlier, is that maybe this hurricane comes on in and it just doesn't get to Category 4, but that's not in the forecast. We can't really expect that at this point.
You know, Peyton, I know you don't like to compare storms, but the governor did in fact compare this, I believe, yesterday to Laura and the intensity that Laura had. What are the differences that you're seeing, at least this far out in the forecast for Ida?
The differences between Ida and Laura.
Yeah.
Both very intense storms. You start talking about hurricanes. Of course, Laura went way over here. Ida's going to come closer to us. And think about during Laura, we still felt some impacts from some storm surge rise down in the bayou parishes, and we were really far away from that center. So the impacts from Ida are going to be felt well to the east of the center. Whether this thing makes landfall in Lafayette or Thibodaux or Terrebonne or going into Lafourche parishes, all of our area is going to feel those impacts across whether it's southeast Louisiana or South Mississippi.
All right, thank you so much for that, Peyton. We do want to take you to a live shot of City Hall right now, where the mayor is expected to be speaking here shortly. This was originally supposed to be at 11:15 and then got pushed back to 11:30. It is now 11:38, and we still have not heard from the mayor. So we will be bringing you this press conference as soon as it does happen. For now, though, we have a story about practice. We got a lot of practice last year, but it has been a while since we've all had to prepare for a storm heading our way. There are lots of things you can do to make sure that you and your family are ready no matter what happens. Devin Bartolotta has some important reminders.
As the Gulf churns and storms threaten coastal Louisiana, there are a few things you can do to make sure your family is prepared. First, check your emergency kit. Make sure you have water, flashlights, a battery-powered radio, a utility knife, and things like medication and personal items. Outside your home, make sure catch basins are clear and tie down or bring in anything that's unsecured, like outdoor furniture or trash cans. Next, make sure you're staying informed. Our WWL-TV app will send you notifications as the storm nears or changes track. It's also smart to sign up for NOLA Ready alerts on your phone. Just text NOLA Ready to 77295. If you're handicapped or need help, NOLA Ready or your parish government should be able to help you evacuate. Make sure you've registered and your information is up to date before a storm. Emergency Preparedness Director Colin Arnold says one of the most important steps is getting the COVID vaccine.
It's going to offer you the greatest amount of safety and comfort while you're evacuating, if we have to do that. You'll be going to different communities, potentially different states. You'll be encountering a lot of different people.
Lastly, if evacuation is necessary, make sure everyone in your family knows where to go and have a plan for your pets, too. Devin Bartolotta, Eyewitness News.
Okay, so definitely some good information there. Peyton Malone, we can't really bring him back anymore. We've exhausted too much of his information, but we will bring him back shortly. I do want to tell you more about this press conference that is expected to start here shortly. Some things that the mayor will likely be talking about is any updated evacuation information. Also, something to keep in mind is the catch basins throughout the city. And as we've reported all morning, there is also a lot of trash left behind, as Metro is still having issues picking up the trash on their designated day. And in addition to trash, Mike Pearlstein did an excellent story on this yesterday regarding all of the construction equipment that has been left out from the many projects that are going on throughout the city. So these are all things that the mayor is going to be talking about. We can now go to some traffic video. I want to take a look at this video that we've got of several of the highways that we have throughout the metro area. It looks okay in some directions, but you can see there, I think that is that I-10 at Chef there at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is some significant traffic delays there. Everything else looking okay. And then that top right looks like that's, is that Loyola? that's Williams, I-10 at Williams there on the top right side of your screen there. Sorry, I'm actually a few feet away from the television here, so I can't see exactly, but it does appear that there is a significant amount of traffic as people try to make their way out of harm's way as Ida is expected to make landfall in several hours here. So these are all things. This is we're going to be going to the twin span here now, where you can see some delays there, not nearly as bad as what we had been seeing throughout the morning. So things are getting a little better. Just again, prepare to be patient, pack the patience. This is going to be a tough time, tough few days for a lot of people. So that's something to keep in mind. It's going to be slow going here for a second. And then this is Loyola here. This is I-10, where you can just see that there is traffic as far as the eye can see. So this is going to take a while to get out of town. But we did speak with Peyton Malone about this a while ago. There still is time to leave. So you can, if you wanted to head out now, you very well still have time. Okay, so we now are seeing, yes, that Mayor Cantrell is expected to update the public on the latest evacuation efforts here. So let's go to that live in progress from City Hall right now.
Our public safety team members that are coming out. Thank you again for being here. I hope that you all personally have had an opportunity to prepare yourselves, your families, and the like, and I'm speaking really to the media at this time. But I am here with Colin Arnold, who is our Director of Homeland Security for the City of New Orleans, Mr. Ramsey Green, who is our Deputy CAO of Infrastructure, Ms. Lauren Nash, who is with the National Weather Service, and thank you so much for being embedded in our EOC and getting briefs directly. I appreciate that. Of course, Tyrell Morris, who is our Director of 911-311, the Orleans Parish Communications District, and joined by Colonel Bailey with the Louisiana National Guard. And thank you all again for being here. Now, this is an update, of course, from yesterday. I'm just getting out of my briefing with our public safety team, our unified command on every single level. What we know is today, right now, everyone has to make a decision to leave voluntarily, which I'm recommending. Do that. Prepare yourselves. If you're going to leave, you need to do that now. We need to make sure that you are in a safe place, everyone, whether you're going to leave voluntarily or stay on site, hunkered down, wherever that is. Hopefully that's your home in our city, but in a safe space. If you're staying, you need to be prepared for damaging wind, power outages, heavy rain, tornadoes. What I am told is that this storm in no way will be weakening. There will be, and there are no signs, again, that this storm will weaken. And there's always an opportunity for the storm to strengthen. As you know, this continues to remain a very fluid situation. And we know, again, that time is not on our side. It's rapidly, it's growing, it's intensifying. And so that is, again, if you are voluntarily evacuating our city, now is the time to leave. You need to do so immediately. If you're planning to ride it out, again, make sure that you're able to hunker down, you have your supplies in hand so that you're able to respond post-storm. And we, the city, we are preparing for a post-storm response. Given the time of this, it has pivoted us to focusing specifically on post-storm response. We are, however, paying very close attention to and in direct communication with our residents that are on our special needs registry, but those with severe medical conditions. We know who they are. It's an average of up to 100 people. They will continue to be our priority as a city when it comes to today, but also when we think about post-storm. But we have our hands, we want our hands on them, and of course, direct communication with these individuals pre-storm as well. I want you to know that that is absolutely happening. What I will also say, and I'm going to turn it over to Lauren first to give us some updates on from the National Weather Service. You're going to hear specifically in regards to that. But before so, look, this is our time, your time to prepare yourselves. Now, this is it. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends, of course, your family. Assist them where needed. If you see something, say something, because we want to ensure that we collectively are able to respond to the needs of our people. And what we learned, particularly during Katrina, first responders, we are first responders, all of us. Our neighbors, we're all first responders. And so right now, it's about taking care of one another, not only coaching folks, to make the best preparations for themselves and for their families. In addition to pets, that has been something that the Louisiana SPCA, yesterday they had a large amount of residents bringing pets. Please do not do that. They're at full capacity. They can no longer accept, and they have also shifted to a post-storm direction in terms of how they will deal with pets. It's not now pre-storm, it's shifted to post-storm. Tyrell will touch more on that. So I did mention I was going to bring up Lauren, but let me keep it going with Colin Arnold, our Director of Homeland Security, to touch upon anything that I may have missed. Of course, we'll go down the line. We'll hear from Ramsey, we will hear from Lauren, and we will also hear from Colonel Bailey. We will go to questions and answers as we need to and give you as much as information as we can at this particular time. So with that, I'm going to go ahead on and Colin ask you to come up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning. There have been no significant changes in the forecast track of Hurricane Ida since our last update yesterday. It's still expected to strengthen to a Category 4 hurricane when it makes landfall west of New Orleans on Sunday. Our mandatory evacuation of areas outside of the levee system and our voluntary evacuation for the rest of the parish and city still stand. If you are intending to leave, do so now. There's a small window of time for evacuation, but by this evening you need to be ready to shelter in place. If you're leaving, plan for traffic delays, leave with a full tank of gas. You can use gasbuddy.com to track gas availability on the road. If you need to shelter outside the area, if you're evacuating and you don't have a place to go, text LA Shelter to 898-211 or call 211. If you plan to stay through this storm, be ready to shelter in place this evening by midnight. Finish gathering your supplies today, including water, non-perishable items, flashlight, battery-powered radio, and medication for at least 72 hours. Food and water for 72 hours, 3 days. We say the first 72 is on you. The first 3 days of this will be difficult for responders to get to you. You need to have your supplies prepared. Prepare your property by securing outdoor furniture, decor, and trash bins. Charge your electric devices. Lower the temperature of your refrigerator. And of course, today you can move vehicles to neutral grounds after 12 p.m. I want to be clear that we are facing a dangerous storm that needs to be taken seriously. Damaging winds of 74 to 110 miles an hour can cause downed trees, structure damage, and prolonged power outages. Heavy rain in excess of 10 to 15 inches in isolated areas that could be higher can cause flooding. And dangerous storm surge can cause flooding outside of the levee system and cause some overtopping potentially on the West Bank. Hurricane warning is in effect for all of New Orleans. A storm surge warning is in effect for the areas outside the levee system and on parts of the West Bank. A flash flood watch is also in effect for our full area. Please understand that if you are staying for this storm, you need to expect significant impacts. Extended power loss is almost certain, as is street flooding and some flooding from rain. Depending on the strength of winds, significant damage is possible. Please be ready to stay in place in a secure structure until the storm has passed. And please remember that emergency personnel will not be able to safely respond during the storm's impact. And again, I'm imploring you to take this storm seriously. Finish your preparations today. Be where you need to be, either on the road or in your home by midnight. Stay connected to us by texting NOLA Ready to 77295. Follow us at NOLA Ready, and we're always at ready.nola.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
I think we have Ramsey Green, our Deputy CAO of Infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Colin. I just want to speak very briefly about resilience. And I think about this a lot, given what tomorrow represents to this city, to our residents, and to this country as a whole. There are no more resilient people than in this city. And we've gone through this. We know how to do this. And our residents know how to be calm. And I think there's a moment to put a little bit of this into perspective, in the sense that, you know, this year we hit our annual rainfall, our average annual rainfall, in July. We had the 5th wettest spring that this city has ever had in recorded history, and we haven't had substantial flooding this year. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One, that in the last 3 years we've replaced over 19 miles of subsurface drainage. We've replaced over 100,000 linear feet of that drainage. We've flushed more than 1.2 million linear feet of drain lines, 346 miles. We have completed multiple green infrastructure projects, and right now under construction we have 44 miles of subsurface drain lines under construction. There's a reason, and our canals, our sewage and water board canals, have been cleaned. We've completed drain line point repairs, 2,500 linear feet. There's a real drive in improving our infrastructure just for moments like today and the next couple of days. That work has been underway. This mayor has focused on that, and our teams, our operations and infrastructure teams, are making sure that that work completes for events just like this. Take care of your family, take care of your pets, take care of your neighbors, check on them, and know that this city, the folks in infrastructure, the folks in operations, are improving our built environment to better withstand events just like the one we're facing today. Just some technical notes. Yesterday, the Department of Public Works reopened the Louisa and Paiti Street crossings at the Florida Avenue Canal to support hurricane evacuation. That was some work that was going on. Towing and cashier's office will be closed today at 5 p.m. until further notice. So if your car is inaccessible and you want it, get over there, get it, pay the fine, etc. Additionally, we've been in very close touch with Entergy New Orleans. They have over 10,000 personnel coming in from around the country just to southeast, south central Louisiana, and will be deployed where they need to be. And we're making sure that we're prepared for the recovery that will come after this. At this moment, our infrastructure teams, they secured their families, they got the preparations and response going. Then we go through this thing, and then we ascertain what happened to our community and getting it back online. From the sanitation perspective, if you have a trash can filled with trash or empty, it doesn't matter. Bring it in to your property, not inside. Bring it down your driveway, put it wherever you put it by 3 p.m. today. Again, if you have a trash can, whether it's full, whether it's empty, whatever it is, bring it onto your property by 3 p.m. today. We will commence regular trash collection at some point after the storm. There will not be regular trash collection on Monday. The landfills will be closed. Parks and parkways, we have crews at the ready. The moment you see a tree limb in a dangerous position, etc., please call 311 and report it. Don't expect immediate response while we're going through this event to either 911 calls or 311 calls. Be patient. We have to ensure that our emergency responders are safe. But once you report it, we will respond to it when it is safe to do so. Additionally, we have folks, whether they are sanitation, property management, infrastructure, whatever it is, are out clearing debris. If you see a job site, if you see a private job site that you feel like is unsafe, feel free to call that into 311. We've gotten a lot of inbound calls about this. Our infrastructure contractors are securing their sites. So if you see something that's not ready yet and you want to call it in, go ahead. But they have until the end of the day today to get those sites secure. outbound contacts to every permit holder in the city for any private construction site have gone out today reminding them, secure your site, tarp over any dumpsters, that kind of stuff. If you're a homeowner, just as Colin and the mayor said, secure your properties, do it. I'm doing it at my own house. Your job is to make sure your family and your property are safe so they do not adversely impact our larger community. As the mayor said, we are all first responders, so please focus on doing what you need to do for your family. It'll help our community, and we'll do the rest for the government. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to ask, Lauren, you want to come on? Thank you so much again.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I really just want to reiterate a lot of the things that have already been said. Most importantly, preparations need to be complete today. Tomorrow, the winds will be too dangerous to be out on the roads, to be traveling, to finish any preparations. So we need to have that done today, whether you're leaving or whether you're staying. It's also important to remember that while we've had very minor changes in the forecast over the last day or two, there's still a lot of time for changes. There is still time for this track to shift east. There is time for this storm to get stronger. There is time that these impacts become worse than we think right now. As the mayor said, this is not going to be a storm that weakens before landfall. This storm is going to be strengthening now, and it is going to strengthen all the way to landfall. So we just want to make sure that nobody is sitting at home thinking that that might occur, that in some areas we may get lucky. This will continue to strengthen. Everything that's already been said in terms of wind, hurricane force sustained winds are possible. This could cause damage to your property. Flooding, 10 to 15 inches of rain, likely more at times, could cause flooding. We have storm surge issues outside the leveeing system. And then to top it all off, because of where we are in regards to that storm center, isolated tornadoes are also possible. So if you do get a tornado warning during the event, those will go to your cell phone. Please try to get interior as far as you can. We know with shotgun houses that's very difficult to do, but as close as you can get in and away from the windows. And that's also good for the peak wind as well. When you get into the peak wind, which will be Sunday afternoon and evening, stay away from windows, stay inside, stay as safe as you can. And that's really my final point. Just, it's going to be a dangerous storm. We're going to have impacts. We're going to have power outages. We'll likely see some flooding. Get your preparations done today and make a decision where you're going to do.
Lauren, can you add the weather post-storm?
Yes, thank you. I was going to add that. I appreciate it. Something to remember about the power outages, it is going to be very hot this week. We could see highs at 85 to 90 degrees and heat index values as high as 100 to 105 on some days. So if you're planning on staying and you don't have a generator, the power outages are going to be significant. And of course, generator safety. We lose people after storms to generator safety. Know how to use one safely. Check out NOLA Ready. They have so many good resources to help you out. But this is going to be a post-storm response as well, and we are going to have impacts after the storm.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right. Director Morris?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, New Orleans. It's the moment, right? The mayor has told us what to do. We're recommending that you voluntarily evacuate the city, but if you could not, I want to level set some expectations for individuals that are choosing to stay in our city. 911 is for life-threatening emergencies only. All right. For those that stay, you can expect to hold. Our call takers will go to level 2 staffing tonight at 7 p.m. But there's 22 seats in the center to answer calls, and we will answer them as quickly as possible. So those of you that are calling 911, I had a lot of calls yesterday to 911 asking questions. Where can I get sandbags? Where's the evacuation routes? Please, please, please do not dial 911 with those types of questions. If you need 311, you can call 311, of course, 24 hours a day. Visit our website at noaa.gov/311. You can also text 311 by texting hello to 311 yes. And a call taker or our system will answer the question just as if you had spoken to someone on the phone. Also, the high winds, once they reach a certain threshold, we will have to halt public safety responses on certain types of calls. So, of course, once the winds become dangerous for our public safety units and vehicles and personnel to be on the ground, we will still process your call through 911, but we will tell you at this moment, we are unable to respond to the emergency. Of course, things are life-threatening. We try to get very creative. We look for moments, a 10-minute time period where sustained winds drop below that level where we can quickly launch a team to manage the emergency as we reported. But we will be figuring this out as it goes along. So again, if you're going to stay in New Orleans, 911 is for life-threatening emergencies only, and when the winds are high, the response may be altered, delayed, or stopped. Finally, as the mayor mentioned, the SPCA has indicated that they have shifted to post-storm operations, so they are unable to take any surrendered pets. That also means if you call us for an animal-related complaint, if it's not life-threatening, then it will have to wait till post-storm operations. Of course, if there's an immediate threat to life safety, we will manage that accordingly, but I want to level set an expectation. If you call us about an abandoned dog, those types of calls may have to wait unless it's posing a threat to life safety. And finally, when the water does start to rain, we say this every time, turn around, don't drown. We have coordinated our technology partners to post some information on Streetwise, which you all know very well. You can see flooded streets there. You can see barricaded streets. You can now see road closures that are closed due to debris. So that information will be available live at streetwise.noaa.gov. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Morris. And finally, we're going to hear from Colonel Bailey of Louisiana National Guard. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Colonel Bailey, Louisiana National Guard. The men and women of the Louisiana National Guard, your National Guard, are trained and ready to respond. We have 200 Guards members on the ground in New Orleans. Right now, it'll get to about 260 by close of business this evening by 5 p.m. Those assets include security, search and rescue assets, 8 high water vehicles, 6 boat teams. We have engineer assessment and work teams on call as well in the immediate post-storm. They'll go out and begin to clear up and free rights of way to allow emergency services to function. We also have air assets on call if necessary to perform search and rescue. We're ready, we're here, we're going to protect what matters. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Colonel. All right. So thank you all again, and we'll turn now to questions. Ms. Alice.
Sabrina Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, we've heard about the preparations, but what still concerns you in the face of what could be a devastating storm?
So what concerns me? One is just the overall safety of our residents, those who are making preparations and have already started to leave the city, making sure that they get to their destination safely, that they render patience and real care and concern to those that are providing them the service at the time. I think this has reminded us again, even as we've gone through the impacts of COVID, is that our people on the front line are those that we just depend on to go. If you're going to the grocery, if you're going to the gas station, you know, it's demonstrating how we really do need one another. So I care about those who are providing that service. I care about their ability to take care of their families as they provide that service. And of course, residents who are moving, you know, evacuating.
If I could follow up, we all know that there is an aged infrastructure system. Are you going to try to temper expectations if we get heavy rain?
Well, I think that that's something that we've been doing for the past 3.5 years now under my administration, focusing heavily on infrastructure, and that's one of the reasons it's been such a top priority, giving the inadequate infrastructure that we've had to live with for generations. But when Ramsey went down the list of the impacts and the infrastructure improvements that we have made in a very short period of time, but at the same time being able to see the positive impacts of those improvements. So we see the work working to our benefit, but at the same time we understand there's a lot more that needs to get done. But when I think about where we are now and faced with a hurricane coming, I am very confident in our levee protection system. That is something that we really didn't have 16 years ago that we do have now. Anything to add on that, Ramsey? Colin?
I'll add one thing there. Sabrina, I think it's a great question. You know, this is a different city than it was August 28th, 2005. in terms of infrastructure and safety. The HSDR system, which is the levee system, is an unprecedentedly powerful protection for this city. We have 3 lines of defense in this city: our coast, our wetlands, our levee system, and then our pumps, power, and the subsurface gray and green infrastructure that goes into that. And we are coordinated. We're very frank. We're showing where our weaknesses are and where our vulnerabilities are. But I think when folks think and they look at their own personal decisions, I think they should be comfortable knowing that this is a very different protected city than it was 16 years ago, including great progress, that has been completed in the last 3.5 years. I mean, next hurricane season will be even more durable, with a more durable power array, delivering more durable power to the sewage and water board system. So I think from that perspective, we need to be comfortable, and we need to know that we'll be in a much better place than we were 16 years ago. That said, if we have 10 to 20 inches of rain over an abbreviated period of time, we will see flooding. We don't know at this moment. We see 15 to 20 inches over 48 hours or less, and we can handle it depending on the event. Thanks, Mayor.
David Hammer, Channel 4.
I have a few specific issues I wanted to check on. One is on the point that Ramsey was just making. If you could explain a little bit more about the potential for overtopping of the levees on the West Bank and why that is a potential where it isn't on the East Bank. And then 2 other specific things. Homeless encampments under the bridges and in Duncan Plaza, there's a lot of tents and stuff that seem like they could be catch sail or whatever, create a sail. And then the industrial canal barges, we've seen issues with that a while back, but wanted to know if that's been assured that they've all been secured and moored properly.
Sure. What I'll do on the front end of that, David, I'll just touch on the homelessness encampments and the like. We have been in constant collaboration and cooperation with our homeless partners, Unity being one of them as our lead in the state of Louisiana. We have all of our shelters that can accommodate those who are on the street right now. We have done the thorough documentation, and the movement of these individuals is ongoing. So we feel very confident in our ability to have the capacity to accommodate are homeless individuals that are currently on the street. The good news there, David, is that we began to move our street homeless population on last week back into a hotel accommodation, something that we did when we were on the front of COVID-19. Now, this was also aligned with our response to COVID-19, being in the midst still of this pandemic. So the movement that happened starting last week was not for hurricane preparedness. It was because we have been working diligently to accommodate our residents that we know we still have on the street. However, because of the storm coming our way, we are accelerating those efforts with our shelters that we have in our city and our homeless providers that are connected with our regional partners, if that makes sense. What I will do now, I know you asked about the levees, particularly on the West Bank. I know we had the Corps, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers with us on yesterday speaking to this. We talked about that, and so we'll provide you with additional information. It's pretty much the same.
Let me help on that. Yeah, David. So I got the question about the West Bank levee. Ask me the other one.
Industrial canal.
The industrial canal barges.
You got that? Okay, thanks, Colin. Corps came out last night, just to rehash. We came out with the Corps last night, and there was a discussion that there could be potential overtopping on West Bank levees. Why? At 4 p.m. yesterday, when NWS came out with their updated weather report, they're reporting essentially 10 to 15 inches of a coastal surge. That's a increase from whatever it was, the noon report. The levees on the West Bank, not the Mississippi River, the coastal levees are 10 to 12 feet. So I want you to imagine 10 to 15 prospected surge on the coastal levees, 10 to 12 foot levees down there. Overtopping is an incredibly different thing than a failure, anything like that. You have to remember, these levees are built armored, deep into the ground, safe. They are designed to protect us from most storms, and if a storm exceeds the design capacity of that levee, it is designed to withstand the amount of water and force of an overtopping event. So it would be a brief period of time with water going over the levee. And David, I think you're alluding to perhaps one of the barges during Hurricane Gustav. You may recall when Gustav occurred, there was splashing of water on the industrial canal over that. Imagine that. That is kind of what we're imagining, or higher. And Colin can take the port question as well.
Thank you, Ramsey. Colin?
So as far as the barges, we were updated this morning. That's this entire area of the river and the industrial canal are part of a regulated navigation area by the captain of the port, United States Coast Guard Sector New Orleans. They have their plan in place right now. They're port condition, I believe, Yankee right now. That's kind of the process of getting everyone out. The only barges, ships, anything allowed to stay in this port after tonight are approved by the Coast Guard, both with engineering plans and maritime inspection done by the Coast Guard. That's also monitored, especially the industrial canals, monitored by the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East. They are also tracking this. So there shouldn't, anything left there is approved. Everything else should be out. I would also add that flood control structures such as the Lake-Borgne Surge Barrier and even the West Closure Complex on the West Bank, which is a much higher trigger for operation, are both going to be closed tonight as well. That's going to really limit anything coming into the port's essentially going to be closed at some point tonight. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Tim Craig with the Washington Post.
Hi, Mayor. You talked about this now being a post-storm focus. It was on post-storm. What about during the storm for people who may need either assistance or shelter? Are there any temporary shelters being opened in the city for people who may encounter difficulties? And related to that, you called for a voluntary evacuation. Could you clarify, if you had known a couple of days ago that this was going to be a Category 3 or 4 storm, would you have been inclined to order a full mandatory evacuation and activate your full plan to get vulnerable people out of the city?
Sure. So the bottom line is that we never had the time. It was never on our side. So based on that 72-hour mark, we didn't have it. And so when we do not have it, we don't have the adequate time to provide or move forward with our citywide evacuation plan. In addition to that, it's having the time to have contraflow be in effect, which is not my decision solely, but it is in connection and in partnership with our governor as well as parish leadership across the state of Louisiana, in addition to our neighboring states. And so time wasn't on our side. It's not on our side. Even as we think about a mass opening of a shelter and the like, we're in the midst of a pandemic. Our assets have been compromised in terms of meeting the needs. Our hospitals are at capacity as well. So the best thing that our people can do is to evacuate, and they need to be in their place that they're evacuating to by midnight tonight. That also includes shelters that the state has in place and the capacity in place to receive our residents who may need a place to shelter in the event that is a need for them. But as it relates to those remaining in our city, it is making sure that they have the necessary resources to shelter in place. That is what we're saying. This is not new for us. We've been here before, multiple times during last season, because the time wasn't on our side then as well. We will address these time issues with FEMA, and with our state and local leaders, but now We know time isn't on our side. We need to, one, shelter in place. We need to pivot. We are pivoting to a post-storm response so that we're able to meet the needs of our people in real time once this storm passes. That will be the best thing that we can do in response to the needs of our people.
And at the National Weather Service, could you just clarify, you mentioned that there's still a chance the storm could be stronger and farther east than what the forecast is now. Is there any chance that it could be strong enough where you would have more of a threat to the levee system than what you're currently envisioning?
Well, right now our forecast is obviously based on the most up-to-date information that we have, and that's what I'll comment on, the 10 to 15 feet that was already mentioned by Ramsey. We have very good forecasters at the National Hurricane Center. My main point of saying that is just to remind people that even though the track is to the west, to remember that those winds could still expand, the storm could get a little bit stronger. With the current forecast, the storm would have to get extremely strong to make a huge change in the storm surge forecast. So we're pretty confident in those numbers. I think for me, that comment was more about the wind radius and what kind of wind we would experience here in the city.
Lauren, could you just say your name? Because I didn't get it.
It's Lauren Nash, Laurennash.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Our next question, Jessica Williams with the Times-Picayune.
Madam Mayor, I was wondering if you could detail the post-storm response. I know y'all talked a little bit about it yesterday, but can you tell us whether there's going to be an opportunity for people to get bused to certain areas, to the shelters that we talked about, if there's going to be food or provisions for them where they're going? Could you talk a little bit about that?
Well, of course, as we learn more, we will do more. But in reference to some of the preliminary post-storm responses are the buses that I spoke about on yesterday, buses that have been made available through the state's contract and the promise of the governor that those buses and their coach buses will be staged appropriately, both in somewhere in the city as well as far as Lake Charles. We are requesting an additional set of coaches, I believe an additional 50, but that number may vary, but we're making those requests on today. And again, once we're able to thoroughly assess, we'll be able to define even more with the details about what our full response looks like. Of course, in terms of being able to shelter our folks post-storm, that is the convention center, is a place that we are working on now with the Louisiana National Guard in coordination with the state of Louisiana. That, again, is about post-storm, not pre-storm. No one should show up at the convention center right now. However, I'm sharing the information, again, because you asked me, Jessica, but I do not want I don't want people to think that they can show up at the convention center right now. So if you can, and work with me to make sure that people are, get the accurate information. But that is a place where we will be able to accept our people. I do have additional locations that have been scouted out, that have been pre-approved. But again, I don't want to get people misled right now. Right now, it's about getting to a safe place, being prepared, making sure by midnight tonight you are there. If you are voluntary evacuating, you need to be on that road or almost about to get on that road. That's what I want people to focus on right now.
Should you have had more FEMA response? Where's FEMA here now yet? Should they have been here?
Yes, FEMA's always, yes. FEMA is constantly embedded in our unified command structure when we're dealing with any form of disaster. The communications have been consistent and they have been thorough. But as FEMA said, no one should be looking for FEMA immediately, meaning post-storm. The 72 hours, as Colin mentioned earlier, that will be on our residents as it relates to that type of relief from FEMA. It's very important not to get our people confused about these things. Anything you need to get me straight on? Come on.
hallmark of any good plan, an all hazards plan, is adaptability. So Jessica, imagine city-assisted evacuation if we could have done it, if the timeline would have been there. Utilizing transit to bring people to a location to move them out. Instead of doing it pre-storm, we're adapting and we're going to do it post-storm. We'll have food, we'll have water, we'll have those things necessary. However, you know, this is heavily reliant on what happens with the storm. It's heavily reliant on, you know, a lot of different variables, but it will be set up if necessary to move people out. And Madam Mayor mentioned the location potentially, but we could pivot and have to move to another location. It's just, it all depends on the situation on the ground, and that's these things with these hurricanes, everything's variable, you know. The only thing that's not variable right now is the timeline, essentially, and not by much. And so that's what our focus is right now, is on getting people in the mode to either leave or to really hunker down, provide for themselves for a day or two, and then we'll move on from there. And to address FEMA, they probably have a closer relationship than they sometimes want to with the city of New Orleans because of our history. You know, we actually have a very good relationship both with Region 6 and with FEMA headquarters. They have liaisons that we've had actually for several storms in the past, upstairs right now. And it's a good relationship. I mean, they do what they can for us. And so.
But I guess one question is if you have somebody who's living somewhere where they feel highly vulnerable to the storm, they feel like they could be in danger, should there be resources available for them to get out of the city safely now, like somebody who has a car and has the will and the money to do it? And could FEMA have been more helpful in doing that, even though we all know that the span of the storm is relatively short?
I don't know if that necessarily directly goes to FEMA, but what I can say is for this storm, at this point, sheltering in place is as an option for riding out this storm, and then we'll address what we have to deal with after that.
Last question from Sylvia Gomez.
Just a quick question. Do we know, I know the time is of the essence, but do we know what time are we expecting landfall? And also, do we know if it's like a slow moving storm? How long is the bad weather?
Sure. You know, the reason we've been talking a lot about preparations today is that, as we know with hurricanes, wind speeds ramp up. So the peak wind speeds will be around landfall, which will be Sunday evening, late Sunday afternoon, early Sunday evening, but it will be dangerous before then on Sunday. In terms of timeline, it will, you know, it'll be probably a slower moving storm. It's going to take till early Monday morning to get those strong winds out of the area, which is also going to contribute to the really high rainfall rates that we're going to see.
Fast moving. Telling you. Allison, we're good?
We're good.
Okay. Yes, true. All right, thank you all very much for your time, and we will continue to keep you updated as needed. And you are one of the most important resources to our residents at this time, and I'm talking about U.S. media, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, that is Mayor LaToya Cantrell at New Orleans City Hall updating the public on the latest efforts to prepare for Hurricane Ida. She said be prepared for winds, rain, and storm surge. There will also most certainly be an extended loss of power and significant damage across the area is possible. At this point, the evacuations are remaining the same. If you want to leave, the time to do so is now. You should plan for traffic delays, and they say to use Gas Buddy for any gas availability if you're having, there are definitely shortages throughout the area, so that app will be very helpful. The other thing they do tell you is if you do plan to stay, that you should plan to shelter in place by midnight. Emergency personnel may not be able to respond to any emergencies during the storm. Let's get right over to Peyton Malone with the latest. And does it look like the track has changed at all, Peyton, or are we still about the same?
No, it's still about the same. It's been holding steady now for really a couple of days. We haven't seen anything too dramatic. Here's something. This thing looks like a hurricane, doesn't it? This is a live satellite here taking images of it from space, and you could see the banding features, just classic classic look to it. It's developing its eye. The eye is clearing out, which means it is continuing to strengthen. Northwest movement at 16. Now, this was as of 10 a.m., so this is about 2.5 hours old, the advisory here with 85-mile-an-hour winds. The hurricane hunters are in there right now. We'll get our next advisory at 1 p.m., and we're not going to get a track update with that, but we'll get an intensity update and a pressure update and all those types of things. So the National Hurricane Center will be putting that out probably in the next 20 minutes or so, I imagine. And just looking at the data, it does look like it's going to, or it has continued to strengthen, just looking at some of the winds that the hurricane hunters are currently finding. So we'll probably see this as a bit stronger, maybe a Cat 2. We'll wait and see. But there's a picture of it. And one reason we're, looking at this thing and a sign that it is strengthening, boy, is that an eye developing. You can see there, you can almost see down to the ocean at this point. But what's happening are these intense thunderstorms are continuing to fire around that circulation that releases this heat. It's an engine, it's breathing, it's fueling itself off of these hot sea surface temperatures. There's a low wind shear right now, and it's going to continue to rapidly intensify, and that is exactly what it's doing right now, well on its way to becoming a major hurricane probably later on today. Here's the track for you. Let me back this up just a little bit so you can see what's going on with it through today. We have it forecasted. Notice it jumps from a 1 to a 3 because it's transitioning into a 2 more than likely right now. We'll probably have a major hurricane later on this afternoon into this evening as it continues to fuel itself off of those warm sea surface temperatures, and then the further the track takes it up towards the coast of Louisiana by Sunday late afternoon evening as a Category 4, so this has not changed either. There's been some intensity fluctuations here. Either way, we're still forecasting a Cat 4 landfall anywhere from Vermilion Bay, Lafayette area through Terrebonne Parish. Lafourche is still on the cone. Plaquemines is right on the edge of the cone, Lower Jefferson. So there's still some uncertainty on where exactly landfall is going to be. It's been pretty consistent. Models have been towards Terrebonne Parish, but there can be sometimes fluctuations, and a fluctuation with this storm of 20 to maybe 30 miles is going to make a huge difference on where the most intense winds are going to be. Now, I don't see us getting past this without any impacts. I mean, this thing's coming to Louisiana. There's no doubt about it. It's just where's landfall going to be at this point. Another thing we're really going to have to watch with this is how fast it moves and how much it slows down. It's moving northwest at 16. It's going to start to slow down a little bit as it approaches the coast, and then as it starts to make that turn, it will start to slow, and then it will rapidly weaken, of course, as it moves inland. But this is 7 a.m. tomorrow. That's 7 a.m. on Monday. So in 24 hours, it's going to move that distance. And 12 hours, it's going to be still in Louisiana. So it's going to be in Louisiana for about 12 hours, dumping heavy rainfall, strong winds, hurricane force winds are expected with this, of course, and then the storm surge issues as well. So that's the latest track and the speed on what we're looking at this thing. The storm surge potential is quite high near the center and east of the center. That's the current forecast line. So you have to imagine if that forecast line shifts around any, the significant surge could shift around. But right now, 10 to 15 feet for Terrebonne, for Lafourche, for St. Charles, Lower Jefferson, and down into parts of Plaquemines, 7 to 11 feet on this side of Plaquemines on the east bank, and then up into St. Bernard. So for Wyclowski, Hopedale, and Shell Beach, 7 to 11 feet. 7 to 11 feet for Orleans Parish outside the levee protection system, and then 4 to 7 feet in the lake. But you got to imagine with the storm coming in over here, you're going to have strong winds pushing into the lake, and that means you're going to see your most significant storm surge in St. John and St. John and Tangipahoa Parish, even getting into Livingston Parish. So the water will be pushing in that direction. Could see inundation, yes, of 4 to 7 feet. Paul?
Okay, thank you so much, Peyton. Just about 12:30 here, and we do want to get a check of the roads with Ray Romero. Ray, are you there with me?
Yes, standing by right here.
Yeah, certainly a mess out there. What are you seeing?
Well, I mean, to be frank about it, this is the absolute worst traffic I think we've seen in this area since going back to the last contraflow event. Most folks seem to be getting out on eastbound I-10, trying to get to Mississippi and safety beyond that. We are seeing 32 miles of stop-and-go traffic that starts back around the high-rise in New Orleans, all the way through New Orleans East, across the twin spans, across the Mississippi line. Unfortunately, there are not a whole lot of alternate routes here. The best one, in fact, really the only one, is Highway 90 You're going to break there, well back in the New Orleans area as well. So if you're taking Chef Highway, you'll break in the Venetian Isles area on 90, and that remains tied into Mississippi as well. That is probably moving a little bit better than I-10 right now. Folks don't tend to think about the alternate route, so that's going to be your best alternative. Also, because of the storm threat as well as the heavy traffic in Metairie, northbound 310 has been closed. They've shut that down at Airline Highway until further notice. I'm Ray Romero, Channel 4 Eyewitness News.
And Ray, if I still got you there, we've been looking at videos all morning long that have been showing some of the traffic here. We're seeing it on I-10 East, people apparently heading to the east to Florida or something along those lines, but people also heading to the west. Here is I-10 at Loyola here, where you can still see a steady stream of people. So Ray, it seems like pretty much every outlet out of the city is seeing some traffic right now.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the way it is for a while here. I mean, certainly we've seen this for several hours, but getting out to the west, that's better than the east. Most of the traffic is going east, but if you're headed west, that's approximately an hour and a half from Metairie on into LaPlace, so that's better than what we're seeing in the east. But unfortunately, there are really no easy answers. Alternate routes, the best one, if you're trying to escape that direction towards the west, would be Airline Highway. There are some areas that are certainly heavier than usual for a Saturday afternoon, but generally speaking, moving much better than if you're trying to get out eastbound.
And then the mayor just saying moments ago that now is the time if you want to leave. The time is running out in order to leave. So if it gets later here, I'd imagine you start seeing the roads clear up, but just because you just don't have any more time to leave.
Well, that's it, and I think this is really up against it. As these storms go, I think we've been looking at a relatively short lead-up time here. I mean, those of us who are veterans can remember over a week waiting for these things to get here. But the lead-up time here has been a couple of days. That's shorter than usual. So I think a lot of folks probably didn't have time to make their plans and to decide what they're going to do. So they're all trying to get out at the same time now, and that's why we're seeing, I think, personally, a traffic situation that I don't think anybody could have really anticipated just a couple of short days ago.
And Ray, hang with me just 1 second longer here. I just want to see if we can switch it over to the high-rise I-10 looking east, because that's another area where we're seeing some traffic. And Ray, I want to ask you, when you came on here, you said this is the worst you've ever seen?
Well, the worst since contraflow.
Yeah.
I will tell you, after contraflow, it took me 6 hours to get from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. So this is not that bad. And what's different than the last couple of contraflow events, and I believe the last one would have been Gustav in 2008, is the flow is going east. That's the opposite from where we normally see a lot of this stuff. Now, obviously, that's just dependent on the storm track where it's going, but it is, I think, very, very evident that most people are trying to get out towards Mississippi or beyond Florida, wherever they may be going. But I mean, if it was contraflow, it would be worse, more than likely. Mm-hmm. Although with contraflow, frankly, they do open some additional travel lanes. So the interstate's able to accommodate more traffic. That's how the system is designed. So, they don't have that now since we don't have contraflow. They're still allowing traffic both directions on I-10. But if everybody's going in one direction, you get the bottleneck that we're seeing now.
And we're taking a live look right now at I-10 East. It looks like a Louisa there. And it does seem like traffic is moving. It's very hard to tell actually how fast people are going, but it is moving. We're not seeing too many brake lights. But you're still saying the best alternate is going to be Airline Highway.
Well, Airline Highway if you're going west.
Yeah,
now, if you're going east, you're trying to get into Slidell or Mississippi.
Then
Highway 90.
Yeah,
Highway 90 is going to be the best one. And by the way, let me add, for those who haven't been out that way for a while, the Highway 11 bridge is still closed. It's been over 2 years with this construction project, so that's not an option to get into Slidell either. It's really either I-10 or Highway 90. At this point, I think 90 is better. I mean, most people don't think alternate routes, but if you haven't gotten out yet, I would suggest that rather than getting to this. I would say from the high rise to the other side of the Mississippi line right now, I'm going to call it about 3 hours right now. So it's as I say, I mean, I don't think most people could have been anticipating this just not too long ago.
All right, Ray Romero, thank you so much. I really do appreciate your insight on this.
Appreciate it. Everybody stay safe.
Thank you. And that is all we have time for. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Until then, stay safe.